Good morning. This is Tuesday, July 14th, 2015, Board of County Commissioners work session. And for the next couple of hours, we'll be talking about the septic wastewater treatment facility. We have Kathy Hall and G.R. Fielding are here.
Thank you, Steve. We have a whole team here today. From Pitkin County, we have myself, G.R. Fielding, Kathy Hall from the Solid Waste Center, Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director, Kurt Dahl from Environmental Health, and hopefully, if we get into the financial conversation, we'll have either John Redmond or Connie Garofalo from Finance join us. We also have a team of folks who are technical specialists. We have Chelsea Billingsley, we have Angela Thomas-Spitz, we have John Briest, and we'll also have Amy Zimmerman from CDPHE join us today to answer any of the questions that we might have. A little of the project background. This is a pretty unique project. It puts the county in a very interesting place in research and development as opposed to implementing on projects that we already know how to do. We know how to operate different, recycling things at the landfill. We know how to pave a road. Those are the things that we know how to do. This is pretty unique. Through our research, we've only really found one similar situation for an area, and that is in Alaska. This is a project that was directive by the BOCC to staff to look into. It's an idea that had been kicked around for a number of different years on how to handle this issue. In October of 2014, the board approved initial funding for this phase 1 study. In November of 2014, the county contracted with Weaver Consulting with SEH as a sub-consultant, as our technical experts on this matter. In January of 2015, we really kicked off and started the phase 1 pro forma review and this feasibility study that we're going to be discussing today. Right now we're looking at, is this still a worthwhile endeavor to go into phase 2? Right now we're at the end of phase 1, and really one of the biggest purposes that we have today and why we've scheduled such a long time is to see if the board would like to have staff bring forward a supplemental appropriation in order to go through with a phase 2 of this project. So as I mentioned, phase 1 we're wrapping up. And so we had the consultants take a look at the initial pro forma that was done, and they reviewed that. They have looked at the conceptual processes and different treatment alternatives. And at this point, we're down to really 2 alternatives if we do decide to move forward with the project. We are calling this conceptual because we'll need to prove concept. And that is because this is a bit of a unique project and why we are in a little bit of research and development. And through that whole process, we'll look at and continue to look at that cost-benefit analysis. There's a number of different assumptions that had to go into looking at this study. We looked at a number of different waste streams to come in to a wastewater treatment facility. Those include septage, landfill leachate, and propylene glycol that's used as de-icing fluid at the airport. We also looked at the effluent, what would come out of this system. What would we like to look at? What would we like that to look like? And so we went with the most conservative answer, which is a Category 3 reuse standard of water. meaning that it's the cleanest water that can come out of a system like that. We also made assumptions at the level of odor control that we'd need on a system like this. What the visual aesthetics, would this need to be housed? Would it need to be indoors? And there was a number of assumptions that also had to go into the cost-benefit analysis that we've done to get us to this point. A lot of this background, a lot of this assumption goes back to three main issues. The first is technical feasibility. And we're going to spend some time today talking about technical feasibility. We're going to talk for some time about community feasibility. And finally, we're going to talk a lot about financial feasibility of a project like this. In the technical feasibility, I mentioned that we have two areas to go with the technology that's out there. We're going to try to stay out of the minutia between some of the acronyms that are on the board right now, which is MBBR and MBR. But to know that when we take a look at, and when the consultants take a look at the technical feasibility of this, there's a number of options that we look at, and there's a number of different flow charts, essentially, on how to look at this. We also have three effluent streams. Reuse, where we could take the water that comes out of a wastewater treatment facility and reuse it for dust suppression on roads at the landfill. We could sell that water to contractors for dust suppression on their projects throughout the valley. Another effluent stream is surface water discharge, where you'd be able to discharge water from the wastewater treatment facility into the Roaring Fork River. This would have some benefits of adding additional flows to the river and not knowing exactly where the market is for reselling water to contractors and exactly how much water we can reuse between watering the roads and composting at the landfill. That would be a great amenity to have as far as being able to discharge water. And finally, the combination of the two. With the community feasibility, what a lot of our conversation will revolve around is the need for a septic disposal option in the valley. Right now, it's a very difficult thing. People have their tanks pumped, and the hauler doesn't even know exactly where they're going to go yet, usually when they pump. If they're one of the first trucks in the morning, they'll be able to get into the South Canyon landfill, maybe. If they don't go there, they go to points beyond. And we'll have a number of different slides that talk about where those points beyond are, what the carbon footprint of hauling to Rifle, to out near Grand Junction or down to Delta. Another piece of the community feasibility is a bit of that water reuse that we discussed. It'll take some of the load off of the Aspen Water Department and the sale of water that they have to contractors. Out at Public Works, we have one of the few hydrants in the Upper Valley for contractors to refill, and they buy their water off of the city water department. And they pay a pretty high price for that water, and it's not necessarily a use that the water department wants to accommodate. It's just that that's the only way that they're buying water in the Upper Valley right now. Another benefit is that we are able to compost biosolids at our own landfill a couple hundred yards from where those biosolids would be generated at a wastewater treatment facility. And finally, the financial feasibility. We're at a point right now in research and development where we have to make an assumption that a system will work. It's a very strong assumption. We feel like going to a piloting portion of phase 2 of this project would get us over the biggest hump as far as that assumption is concerned. At this time, we do think that the finances work. Working with our finance staff upstairs, we expect a 7 to 9 year payback. And that's even including the money that would go into $1 million pilot study. There's a few reasons we have different revenue streams with a system like this. Just like a lot of other materials at the landfill, you charge for the material that comes in the door, and you charge for the material that goes out the door. And so those are the offsets in revenues that we can generate through a pilot study, because it wouldn't just be for our benefit. We'd be actually processing material and charging just as it, and testing the business model as much as we're testing the financial model. There are several grants that are available to help offset the cost of the pilot study, and also financing, different types of financing available to deal with the initial capital costs of a program like this. We're looking at pretty large numbers. The total capital startup that we're looking at is between $8.8 million and $13.6 million. It's not a small number, and we know that. And this has been one of the projects. The more we've investigated it, the more we've started to dial in these numbers, and the more we've realized a lot of our assumptions that we made when we kicked this off were not appropriate. A little bit of an overview of where we'll go from here. We've talked a bit about project background. We've got some more information. Kurt Dahl is going to give us some information of what the on-site wastewater regulations, where they are, where they're going, that sort of thing. We'll talk about what the hauling impacts are. So if you have a septic tank, you get it pumped. Where's that going? What's the carbon footprint of that action? What happens? We'll discuss a number of different alternatives that we have. We've taken a look at long-term O&M costs on a wastewater treatment facility at the landfill. We've looked at what the payback period, cost-benefit analysis looks like for a wastewater treatment facility, even at this elevated cost. Kathy performed or did a really nice SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and what our potential next steps are. I mentioned that from where we started to now, there's a pretty big jump in cost. We started off looking at a system that is known as the Quantic system. It's a trickling filter process, and the initial cost is pretty low. It's between $750,000 and $1 million to start. That system's not approved in Colorado, but moreover than that, it was a technical piece of that system that made it not feasible for us. And that is, we got to examine one in use at a man camp in Wyoming, I believe it was. And what it's doing there compared to what we're proposing to do is it's basically a very small scale municipal system. Whereas we're looking at treating septage from septic tanks that may not have been pumped for 7-8 years or more in some cases. And when we look at the technical side of the difference between something that is a municipal system and the product that would be coming into an on-site or onto a wastewater treatment facility that is designed for septic waste, is a difference of at least 4 times, if not way more, of what they call biological oxygen demand. So it's that much more difficult to treat. After discussing the Quantic system for a little while and realizing that wasn't something that was feasible for us, We hired SGM to do a very cursory look at really what the feasibility of just, hey, should we even look at this? And what's it, give us some ballparks. They came up with a $4 million cost. They made a number of different assumptions in that we wouldn't want to operate during the winter. We were going to probably go with less housing for the system. We wouldn't want to have it enclosed, which gave us less options for things like odor mitigation and winter operations. And so from that time until now, we've also taken a much harder look at some of the technical issues that would go along with operating a system like this. And that's another reason why we've continually watched these costs and assumptions of what those startup costs grow. And in this phase one from SEH and Weaver Consulting, that's what they found in doing the pro forma review. That was one of their major tasks is, hey, this is what we've looked at so far. Are we right? Are we wrong? How do we get, what assumptions did we make that were right? What assumptions did we make that were wrong? How do we get moving on this project? This is where we've been, take a look at it and let us know. And so that's really the short of it, is every time we look at this harder, we're realizing how much more difficult this type of project is. Now for a little bit more project background and a little bit of where the state of the industry is for actual septic tanks and what those regulations look like. Kurt Dahl from our Environmental Health Department.
Thanks, GR. Oh, good morning. I'm going to talk a little bit about basic functions of a septic system, regulations around septic systems, and then areas where we're able to haul the septic and some of the challenges that we see there. About 28% of households are on OWTS or septic systems in Pickens County, so we have a fair portion that actually are using that. That's in line with what we see in the country. I believe the average here is somewhere between 30 and 35% of households are on systems. So the septic system, all septic systems incorporate two pieces. One is the septic tank, the other is the leach field, or soil treatment area, as our regulations talk about. The tank's primary function is to settle out solids. There are two layers. You have a scum layer, the fats, oil, and greases that float up to the surface, and then you have a sludge layer, the heavier stuff that floats down to the bottom. And then in the middle of the tank, you have what in theory is clear fluid that gets discharged out to the leach field, where you get additional treatment through the soil, removal of bacteria and viruses, and some nutrient reduction. So that as the effluent percolates through the ground, you get that treatment and you don't have contamination of the water table. What happens in a septic tank, you have bacteria that are consuming those solids, but not all of those solids are consumed, and so that sludge layer and that scum layer build up over time and need to be pumped. On average, not knowing anything, full-time residents, I usually tell people every 2 to 3 years they should plan on pumping their septic tank. If you don't, what happens is that the solids don't get a chance to settle out and they get discharged to the leach field, where they plug the leach field and the system fails. And a failed system is a public health threat, and it can be a concern for contamination with groundwater and surface water. So pumping of the tank is a very important thing. In Pickens County, we also permit what we call higher level treatment systems, where we get some additional reduction of nutrients. 99% of the time that's done in the septic tank. Those systems require some additional maintenance, but the important thing is any type of septic system needs to have maintenance done. You need to have your tank pumped. And again, in a full-time residence, that happens every 2 to 3 years. So that's a really important piece. Next slide.
Can I ask you something on that?
Absolutely.
There are some treatments that you buy at the hardware store that you're supposed to periodically put into the system. Is that effective? And
right. That's a very good question. We, the environmental directors in the state, all are in agreement that we do not recommend any type of additive be put into the system. We don't have research that we've seen that shows that it actually helps. At best, it does nothing from the research that we've seen, and actually in some cases can create more issues. So we do not recommend that. The best thing that you can do is pump your tank. I know there's some that talk about you never have to pump your tank, or you can extend those intervals. We do not recommend that. And that's actually a nationwide piece. And you know, if we have research that actually shows that at some point, we'll change our tune, but at this point we haven't actually had definitive research showing that.
Can I
Thanks.
ask
Absolutely.
a question? When you have a plugged leach field,
Mm-hmm.
what's the remedy for that, and what's the diagnosis of that? How do you diagnose it, and then how would you remedy?
So a plugged leach field, the diagnosis, typically you're either going to see effluent surfacing at the area of the leach field, or the effluent and sewage back up into the house. Those are the two places that we see failures. So in terms of remedy, it's replacement of the system. That either means we have an alternative location where we put a new leach field soil treatment area, or we dig up the old one if we don't have the space and haul in new soil and actually create a whole new leach field there.
So either one of those remedy solutions is a huge expense to the homeowner.
Very expensive.
Because most, as we know, more and more with our constrained building sites, being able to locate a leach field to begin with is difficult, let alone to try and find a place to replace it. So I think that's of concern, I think, for the consumer out there.
It is. Thank you. So in terms of regulations, you know, when I first started about 15 years ago, the EPA was just starting to change their tune. Previously, they had looked at septic systems as being a temporary solution and in buying time so that we could have households built and waiting for them to hook into sewer systems. At the time I started, there was the understanding that that just wasn't a realistic goal, that the cost of the infrastructure was too great, that not everybody was going to be on a sewer system. That in turn started driving changes in regulations. Instead of looking at septics as temporary, there was a recognition that these are permanent pieces, and it was important that we look at the design, and it was important that we have a well-designed, well-installed, well-maintained system. And since then, we've seen that trickle down in regulations. In the last couple of regulation revisions for Pitkin County, maintenance has been a piece that has been a component of both of those regulations. We adopted use permits, and then we've also now we're looking at renewable permits, and that program is coming online because we're recognizing maintenance of septic systems is a very important piece. And in doing that, one of the other pieces then is we're encouraging and requiring some maintenance. We're now looking at the costs, and because of hauling distances and where we have to go to dispose of the septage from the septic tanks, costs have gone up tremendously. Just as an example. So again, Pitkin County and major areas, we have about 4,000 OWTS septic systems in Pitkin, and again, a large number in Eagle and Garfield. Garfield County and in Pitkin County, up to Crystal, then we have the Frying Pan. Eagle County, obviously Missouri Heights, those are all areas where a major place that you take that was South Canyon. And just to go to the next slide here, we have all of this area. South Canyon is here. The issue that's come up is South Canyon does not reliably, South Canyon is not reliably a place to dispose of anymore. What I'm getting from the pumpers that we license is that it is a crapshoot as to whether or not they're accepting, excuse me, but excuse the pun.
No pun intended there.
Pun intended. But it as to whether or not they're accepting septage that day. Most of the time they are not. So the next place that you're looking at is Rifle. Again, 140-mile round trip. A pumper truck holds about 3,000 gallons. So you're talking, one household, 1.5, kind of, is about the average per trip that they can take. 140-mile round trip to Rifle. Now, Rifle is not accepting septage on a consistent basis either. And again, that's hit or miss. So now, we're talking the next place that accepts is Grand Junction. And when you look at the costs of hauling to Grand Junction, and I think the other one we have on here is Delta. Those are the other two facilities that I hear our pumpers commonly end up going to when, you know, they can't go to Rifle or Glenwood, or South Canyon. The cost to pump a tank has gone up. I've heard, you know, 1,500 gallon tank, about $850 for disposal. And I know in your research, I don't know if you've come up with about that number, but that's what I'm hearing. That's pretty considerable cost.
Well, I have a question though. So if I contract somebody to come pump my tank, they give me a number, but then they can't go to South Canyon, then they can't go to Rifle, then they can't go to Grand Junction, then they have to go to Delta. Is that a built-in fee, or do they say, well, it depends on where we can dump it, so it could cost you $500, it could cost you $1,500? Do we know how they separate out those costs, or if it's a known at the time, or if it's an unknown at the end of the day, literally?
Do you have a...
Yeah, B&R Septic is the main hauler in the valley. You'll see their trucks, and they pump our tanks at the landfill. They generally set the fee because they don't know, so
Right.
they get just a transportation fee. And so they hope it balances out, given the unknowns. And it's interesting, because Rifle right now is the primary location, and their cost for septic disposal for out-of-county waste is double. It's about 35 cents a gallon. So they're charging a premium for it. And it's
Is
a
that
real
why on the
concern.
one chart that we haven't gotten to, it shows that the Rifle plant is way more expensive than the other options?
We showed an operation and maintenance cost for the haulers of what over 20 years it's going to cost for them to haul. And we've done a carbon footprint analysis as well.
What are the differences between the treatment? Like if it goes to South Canyon, do they just bury it or do they separate it somehow? What do
It's
they
an
do?
unknown.
And what does Rifle wastewater facility do with it compared to
Right.
Aspen won't take it? Why won't Aspen take it but Rifle will? And is there a difference in their system?
Rifle has a very similar system to what Aspen Consolidated Sanitation does, and you know, the reason why Aspen Consolidated won't take it is because of the high strength of septic waste. It throws their system balance way off, so they stop. Rifle's struggling with the same issue. They get a hit of 3,000 gallons of septic waste. They really have to balance, and sometimes they can't, and that's why they shut down. They like the revenue that comes in from septic. However, the plant operators, we did visit with them. If we don't move forward on a system, they're going to have to build some type of septic storage facility to bleed it in slowly. But septic is a real tricky issue, like we mentioned. It's the highest strength waste from a wastewater treatment standpoint, of, you know, compared to man camps and just compared to general sewer waste.
Because of its concentration.
Yeah, the high biological oxygen the manual here is referred to. You know, when these bugs hit the system, it just absorbs that oxygen, and they can't meet their effluents, and so it's a struggle. And, you know, a lot of rural communities are facing the same issue right now.
The balance comes on this for these municipal systems is they struggle just like everyone else does when it's time for capital improvement and how long of a design life they're going to use. And so what we see is with the number of, you know, probably a little bit newer, larger systems where pumping 3,000 gallons in isn't a big deal, or as big of a deal, that's where they're able. But for a lot of the smaller communities or ones that have systems that maybe in the middle of their life cycle, they weren't designed around this sizing, or they were designed for a certain size municipality, and they're getting close to that size of municipality at this point in time. So that's why we're, you know, another thing that plays into why we're seeing, you know, a potential of a 300-mile round trip to Delta to be able to dispose of septic.
Oh, go ahead, George.
Where does Eagle County use, not in the Mid-Valley on this side, but on the other side?
There's a disposal facility in Eagle, but I think there are some, and again, Kathy has the answer, I think there's some design considerations that create a problem there.
Yeah, the way that plant is designed, B&R told us they will occasionally, if they have a lot of an oil and grease load, they will go to Eagle, because Rifle won't take oil and grease. However, their facilities and design, their trucks don't fit. So they have to, it seems kind of silly, but yeah, it's, they have to really kind of rig something up to get their trucks to be able to dispose. So they tend not to go to Eagle County because of that issue.
But Eagle County has their own system set up as a county.
Correct.
Where is it?
It's in Edwards.
And just to clarify, Kathy, is that done by the county or is that done by a private entity? Do you know?
I believe Eagle County, is it private or public? I'm referring to our engineers from SEH.
It's the Edwards wastewater treatment plant, and so it's municipally run. But they do have odor generation where they take septic, so they tend not to do it as often.
And see, if I could just jump in, I mean, this is kind of highlighting the point that's made this project so challenging for us, is there are not a lot, in fact, almost any treatment facilities that just take septage versus other waste streams that can be diluted. And that's the challenge I think we've had in estimating this, and the learning curve that we've had that GR was talking about earlier. And you can see it in the challenges that all of the wastewater treatment facilities really on this I-70 corridor have in accepting really limited amounts of this waste stream.
Patty?
And none of those take de-icer. De-icer has to go to Denver.
Correct.
At this point, the
And is there a reason why they don't take? I'm looking at the engineers nodding their heads.
Yeah, the de-icing agent has a load, unlike septage, its loading is anywhere from 4 to 20 times higher than domestic sewage. Where propylene glycol, so for instance, think of the value of 250 of concentration.
Right.
Propylene glycol has 1 million. And so, I mean, it's loading at any point in time to a facility, it just can't handle it.
Is there any reuse or repurposing of de-icing fluids? Is there any way that you could not put it in a wastewater treatment plant and repurpose it?
Absolutely. As part of this pilot, we intend to use it as a carbon source to drive the wastewater
To
process.
part of the treatment?
Yep.
Is there any other use outside of wastewater, like does it become another potential chemical, or can you create it back into de-icing fluid?
Yes, there are facilities out there. There's a couple in New York. They did eventually shut it down at Buffalo to recycle the use of propylene glycol back as a de-icing agent. The EPA has issued their
Really?
regulations on that and have restricted of what kind of quality it needs to be. So it's not at this point in time economical for them to do it. Some facility, I think the one up in Jackson Hole as well, in Wyoming, they do it, but then they stopped because they just couldn't afford it.
And we had looked at that at the airport too.
Some way of repurposing, or and the one that when it goes to Denver, is it used as a carbon, whatever you called it, neutral, what carbon
source.
source?
It's a drop in the bucket to Denver Metro's size,
Whew,
so it doesn't affect them.
they can just run it through the system.
The nice, just one more point on the propylene glycol. The nice part of that is that waste stream comes in at a time of year where other waste streams may not.
That's another one of my questions on my list at the back of the, thank you.
Michael?
Well, what occurs to me is that we shouldn't be looking at a Picken County solution. We should be looking at a regional solution. And we should conference with Western Eagle and Garfield and whoever else, and because it's a universal problem in rural counties, and come up with a solution that's a regional. It's going to include hauling, but at least you have a predictability, you have a specific treatment source that's made for the waste, and I mean, that's where I would go. Having a Picken County solution is just not the solution.
Steve, can I tag on to that? Because that's on my questions on the back. Was that help, I'm putting that in quotes, fund a safe rifle, for example, to take Picken County waste sources to improve their facility, but at a reduction in cost for potential waste that comes out of Picken County. That kind of tags on to Michael's idea of regionalism.
One of the things I'd encourage the board to do is to kind of get through, because I think a regional solution may be the right discussion for us to have. But I think as we get through the presentation and look at the financing, the technical challenges, and what a pilot might inform even moving forward, whether it's a solution here in Pickens County or elsewhere, I think we should get through that discussion and then maybe come back to this one, because there is a regional kind of issue, and that's also on the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. You know, what if we build and somebody else does it after we prove concept? That's something that we need to think about long term. However, we still have this piece that we want to talk to you about more, which is we've got these unique waste streams, and we don't really have an example yet of where they've been successfully treated and how they've been successfully treated, which is part of what plays into, you know, what is the step-by-step process to get at that answer. Is it in Pickens County? Is it a regional solution? And what information can we bring to the table to really talk to our partners about? So I think it's the right discussion. I'm just going to encourage the board to wait till the end to make any conclusions.
I had one more question on, I noticed that in Delta, it says round trip to Delta composting facility. So do they handle it differently, or how do they get it from the septage to the composting facility?
They do handle it differently. So they have a large private composting facility there. So they have sufficient capacity to blend it in the waste stream. So that's how they handle it. They, I think, dewater it and then blend it with their composting.
It's a similar setup as South Canyon landfill. It's probably an open septic pond. They settle out and then compost the solids.
And if they're dewatering it and then using it in the composting, could we mimic what they're doing at Pickens County?
It would probably be very difficult to permit right now. CDPHE could probably answer that better than I. You have open ponds, and we do have neighbors adjacent to the landfill, so odor issues. And, you know, South Canyon, I'm not quite sure how effective it is, or if we could even permit such a facility anymore.
But I'm sorry. One of the questions I think that the board is going to have to answer to us is we've gone into this with certain assumptions about the quality of water that we want coming out the other end of this process and what those potential uses could be. And, you know, based on what we, at least in the past, believed to have been kind of the board's direction regarding water quality issues, we've kind of tagged this project to the highest water quality standard for the effluent. And I'm not sure, I don't think it's clear that the treatment process, the open pit treatment process, achieves that goal as well as the aesthetic impacts.
Okay, and we've touched on propylene glycol. Again, this is just the travel distances to Denver Airport for Aspen. They make approximately, I believe, about 50 trips a year during the winter time. But just to circle back, really the focus of this project is septage. There's some benefits, maybe looking at the airport de-icing fluid. It could be a carbon food source for our system. We have some leachate issues at the landfill, potentially maybe treating leachate. But really the focus is septage. And we don't know really what the costs are going to do with adding these two others. That's really the purpose of moving forward with a potential pilot study to really dial that in.
So you're implying that we could do just the septage and not deal with propylene glycol?
Correct.
Have them continue hauling it to
On to
Denver.
Denver.
And then that might, or probably would, change our cost of our system.
It could.
Or the design of it or whatever.
Yeah, we really just can't dial that in at this level that we're looking at it right now, but speaking with the engineers, there's a potential that propylene glycol could be a benefit. You know, like I said, the carbon food source. We could cut down on the, our operation and maintenance costs for purchasing chemicals, but still way too early to tell that level of detail yet. Hauling environmentally, so we did a carbon footprint analysis using EPA numbers based on a heavy diesel truck, and you can see, very far left-hand side, the purple, is the carbon footprint, the CO2, kilogram CO2 equivalent per year. That is just the basic treatment system that would be here in Pitkin County. That's the energy use carbon footprint. We also did, if we have the treatment system here and we're hauling within Pitkin County. And then you can see it significantly jumps as you're hauling to Rifle, Grand Junction, as well as Delta. And I know that's a big focus for the county right now on what our carbon emissions are and greenhouse gas input. So it's a significant environmental impact when these diesel trucks are hauling down valley to points beyond.
Can I ask a quick question? We're talking carbon footprint and the issues within Pitkin County and the issues within the city. Are there any city residences or anybody on septic, or are they all on sewer?
No, there's not any that I'm familiar with that are in the city.
Okay.
Get outside the city.
But Snowmass, Wildcat and such, they do
Wildcat
have.
would be the one in Snowmass, but other than that, I believe everything around Snowmass. or in
Is with,
Snowmass
goes to
is-
Snowmass Water and Sand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But Kurt, you threw out a statistic of 35% or 28%. But if you eliminate the municipalities within Pitkin County, it's 100% that's on. So that's a different. Any rural,
North 40 is in the county and it's on city water and sand, I believe, isn't it?
well, close to. I mean, maybe it isn't
Yeah.
100%.
It's
But
higher.
it is essentially
higher.
rural Pitkin County, rural Eagle County, rural Garfield County are all on septic.
You got it.
So it's an enormous problem.
And we've gotten calls, I've gotten some residents from Woody Creek that said, oh my gosh, my septic disposal has doubled in the last few years.
Oh, yeah, at least.
And he asked us where we were in this process, so it's got the attention of a lot of people. And the haulers also as well are really focusing on what we're going to do. So we're looking at different types of streams to be treated. Again, septage is our primary focus, and as GR spoke of in the beginning, we have three potential: a reuse, a surface water discharge, and then a combination of two. And really the intention is to design the system to the highest effluent treatment standards available, because our Roaring Fork River, we cannot risk being off and contaminating.
A few more points.
But even if you were to treat the water and it was 100% to the standard, it'd still be warmer than the Roaring Fork River. So you'd have thermal pollution when you discharged it to the Roaring Fork. So, which is something you don't want to do. I mean, that's just as damaging for the environment of the river as contaminants. So you can't just automatically assume you're going to discharge it to the river.
No, and that would be the last option. We have a lot of use for it on site at the landfill for dust control. Really, surface water discharge would be the last option. And we have the state here today. We've filed with the state preliminary effluent limits, and they've set the guidelines of what we need to treat to and discharge to. And again, the purpose of a pilot study, can we get that waste to meet these effluent standards?
One couple quick things on the effluent standards. One of the big things for reuse, there's three categories, and when we went into this phase one and we started looking at all the assumptions and all the things that we had to figure out up front, is we did go with the most conservative answer for water quality. And on the reuse side, that's called category 3, and there's 3 categories of water quality. And the reason that we wanted to go with that is a bit for a liability standpoint from the county. If we are going to be reusing and possibly selling that water for others to reuse, how are they going to be reusing it? Category 2, there's regulations that you can reuse that water, but there's only a few ways that you can reuse that water. And if you were to do, say, different types of irrigation where the public might be able to access that field somehow, then that's a non-permitted use for even a category 2. And so as soon as that truck water truck were to pump water from the landfill and go to a job site, and maybe they're doing dust mitigation on one of the larger construction projects. You know, if they're at the end of the day and they've got a few hundred gallons of water left, you know, who's to say that the driver's not going to discharge the water in a place that it's not permitted for, things like that. And so that was part of the decision making that we got to do to get to that Category 3. And that Category 3 is really it's a very clean water. It contains basically no E. coli and a very, very low turbidity, which is the level of residual solids that water has. And so it's a very clean water that would be discharged.
So that water, Category 3, could be used for watering trees at Elam Gravel Pit, for instance, or something. Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But you wouldn't drink it. That's always the final test. Would you drink it or would you not drink it?
I probably wouldn't pull the what the governor did.
That's exactly
About
what
a
I was
decade
thinking,
ago.
yes. They did that at Superfund up here too, so.
So we kind of broke down the capital and hauling comparisons for the costs. Again, very high level numbers, and we kind of did a range and kind of put it into the average. So unit treatment, we have a nice spreadsheet that was attached to your packet. I printed out more colors, a larger copy with more colors. It's easier to read. You know, we're looking at again, capital purchase, maybe around $9 million. Again, we don't have those numbers dialed in yet. It would take a pilot study to really get with the manufacturers to see if this equipment would work. And then, you know, we're looking at, you know, $2.5 to $6 million hauling or O&M, operation maintenance cost over 20 years. We included the hauling costs, 20-year operation and maintenance for the haulers. This isn't a county cost. This is for the private business haulers in the valley. And they're significant over a 20-year period. And we're looking at hauling to Rifle at a cost of $85 million over 20 years. And it's a lot. But we did prepare this spreadsheet. I don't know if we want to get into this now.
Kathy, but
Yeah.
when you say that's the cost of the haulers, it actually isn't the cost of the haulers, it's the cost of the citizens
Exactly.
of the counties.
Because those costs will be passed
So
on.
somebody's paying for it, and the citizens who have septic systems are paying. So they're spending the $85 million.
It's significant. Yeah, it's not cheap. So what we're looking at is a $9 million purchase of a system, but we're not asking for that today. We're looking at
Sure, no
pilot costs. A lot more work to be done, and we can come back to the spreadsheet if we have more, and Connie and John Redmond are here to talk about it as well. So we did a SWOT analysis, a typical business tool, because this is essentially a business decision for the county. We have a number of strengths. We have space available at the solid waste center and the landfill to build the wastewater treatment facility, and right now the optimal location would be down in the Boneyard area. We have contracted already with highly experienced wastewater engineers who have proven their worth already and explaining these. It's a complicated issue. We have an existing market. Again, 28% of our county residents have septic systems at their homes, and we have the support of the septic waste haulers and the community. Some of our weaknesses, we don't have in-house expertise. The county has never run a wastewater treatment facility, so actually in-house we don't have that experience. It's a new service area for the county. You know, there's a lot of assumptions we're making right now. Can this or can it not work? We have a rural location and cold winters. That affects, you know, how these systems operate temperature-wise. But we have a number of opportunities, provided we have a needed community service. We're hearing from residents, we're hearing from the haulers that this is something we need to address and help the community, you know, fill this niche. We have a use on site at the solid waste center for the effluent water. We have dust control issues. We're looking at other landfill operation procedures that are going to need water. The construction market, they're using good potable water right now from the Aspen Water Treatment Plant to use for dust control in construction sites. And if we sort of have the ability, if we move forward with this, we're going to be the leaders in this industry. Like I said, there's only one other community up near Anchorage, Alaska that is looking into this right now. But there are a lot of rural communities in the state of Colorado and nationwide that have the potential to replicate this technology. But as with any businesses, there's a threat. We have competition that could enter the market. Could South Canyon invest in a similar type of system and pull away from our estimated gallons per day? It's expensive. There's a high cost in designing and installing a unique system. We could underestimate or overestimate the amount of septage we would bring into the facility. Right now we're basing it on what the haulers are telling us in the valley and the number of tanks, and giving Kurt that these tanks are going to need to be treated or pumped every 2 to 3 years. And there's some permitting uncertainty. CDPHE is here. You know, they've never permitted such a facility, and what we submitted our permitted effluent limit application. Usually it takes a few weeks to get back. They've had it for a few months. We just got it back. I understand it went all the way up to the Attorney General trying to define what is domestic septage, and they want to get it right, because if we move forward, there's going to be a lot of, they want to make sure there's no arguments down the road, legal battles essentially, on what it means.
I see an opportunity for possible state legislation. If there were enabling legislation, would that be something that would help this process to have a new bill come forward in the state legislature to streamline the process or make the definitions that need to be made or anything like that?
Yeah,
Amy Zimmer from CDPHE.
Could you state your name
Yes,
for the people
I'm
on the
Amy
TV?
Zimmerman with the Water Quality Control Division. I think that, from my perspective at least, it seemed like it was more a question of, well, when we've got septage only, it was a question of, well, is it going to fall in the state jurisdiction, or is it septage sometimes is regulated by EPA directly? It really became a question of, well, how is it being handled? By means of it going to basically a domestic wastewater treatment plant being treated domestically, we found that, or the Attorney General found that it was really going to be called domestic wastewater treatment plant. It's consistent with other domestic wastewater treatment plants. Its process is similar. Septage is more this kind of separate issue. It's treated differently. So I don't know that I agree that maybe new bills are really required. I think it was more a question of trying to determine, kind of clarify the path forward with the existing legislation and going from there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, in my mind, it's more a science and technology than it is a legislative issue. I think at this point, anyway. It could further down the line, once these things are approved and there's some question of authority, maybe come back to a legislative remedy. Thank you for coming up. Thanks for coming up.
So we'll get into the next steps, and you've heard us mention a pilot study, and I'm going to turn this over to Angela with SEH. There are so many unknowns, again, such a unique system. The manufacturers have come back and said, we think our equipment can work. It's the same equipment Aspen Consolidated has, Rifle has, but we're not sure. It's never been done. So they're pushing us. CDPHE is pushing us. They're not requiring it, but they're like, boy, we'd like to see how this works. And so looking at a 6 to 9 month pilot study to test the equipment, run septage through it during the winter months, bring in some propylene glycol from the airport, and just see how it handles it. So what we're looking at, our initial design of a system, not a pilot scale study, but a 20,000 gallon per day. That's about 6 trucks. And then from the pilot scale study, we could design from that to treat 20,000 gallons per day, with the potential option to expand to 40,000. And then we would move into construction and then operations. But I'm going to let Angela kind of go in the details of what exactly a pilot scale study involves.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. No, thank you for this time. Really appreciate it. So piloting, nothing to do with the airport. I promise. It's a miniature scale of what we're looking at full scale. Amy's here to also potentially go into the benefits of piloting as far as when the state defines criteria to which we have to meet on our end as engineers. There is a technology out there that is used in a different application on the industrial side. It's seeing similar characteristics of what we're looking at here, but it hasn't been used as domestic. It hasn't fallen under that category. So there's a proof of concept there, a proof of performance that is needed, so that criteria is defined so that we can meet it on our end. Also, the feedback, as we reached out to all these manufacturers, they came back and said, wow. And when we go forward in any wastewater treatment facility, we work with the manufacturers back and forth, defining the design. And then they, in the end, provide a process guarantee. And these manufacturers, wow, they said, no, we need piloting to guarantee this process because of the varying conditions of septage, whether it's 1-year-old, 2-year-old, is it from commercial, is it from residential, is it maybe potential multi-family unit for whatever purpose, it just varies that much. This pilot unit will also help us to address that, these varying influent loads going into the facility. How high is, what they've been talking about is the biochemical oxygen demand. And with the flows, will we see 6 trucks a day? With a pilot, we would test it at an equivalent 6 trucks a day. We would also test it maybe at an equivalent of 3 trucks a day, just to see how the system responds, to define those criteria that eventually we'll take, compile, and then hand over to the state for them to therefore to set the criteria for a particular technology. And then to optimize the system. So the propylene glycol, we brought that up, and they brought it up saying, can we treat this? I said, oh my gosh, that's a lot of carbon. But come to find out, we drop out a lot of carbon in an upfront process where we need carbon. So in this pilot, we would test its use. It's been tested on ethylene glycol. There's not a lot on propylene glycol. It is definitely readily available from the airports. They would love to give it to wastewater treatment facilities. And it's a good use, definitely a good reuse of chemical. And then ultimately all of this for CDPHE design approval. One technology has been approved by the state, it has criteria, but we're going to be loading this system with biochemical oxygen demand and all these other things in the wastewater that currently may or may not be addressed by certain regulations in place today. So to move forward in design, we turn this all over to Amy Zimmerman, the Water Quality Control Division, for them to review, and they would be highly involved throughout the process to make sure that we are providing what they need for their ultimate approval.
Chief, I'm just going to ask a pretty basic question. Sure. When you look at municipal wastewater treatment plants, there's a water source generally available for circulation and flow and treatment. Does this same system require that kind of a water source as part of the treatment plan? It does?
It does. So we will be pulling off, it is anticipated pulling off some of the effluent for that.
Circulating it back in through the system.
Yeah, for wash down, for washing of equipment, so that they don't have to truck in potable water for that.
So technically this schematic design is kind of a rough of what this facility may or may not look like.
That's one of them.
For the pilot.
For the pilot, yeah. And then if we were to move forward with the pilot and we were, we had this piece of equipment in effect, and the pilot turned out that we were going to do something else, could we then reuse, repurpose, recycle that somewhere into another facility? Or I'm just thinking long term.
Sure. And reaching out to these manufacturers that are looking forward to providing their pilots. Some of them are open to the lease to own.
Okay. That's
option.
It. Thank you.
So I'll try to stay out of the minutia, get down to the brass tacks as far as, you know, what's involved. Again, just going back to what septage is really like. I mean, it can vary so much more than any domestic facility here. You're talking order of magnitude sometimes of just maybe 4, sometimes maybe 10, potentially up to 20 times the difference. And what we send to, let's say, Aspen Consolidated District, or Basalt, or to Rifle. This will also help the county of those operators' hands-on experience to start understanding the system. There'll be daily, it's pretty intense. I'm not sure if it'll be Kathy Barrett or maybe even GR will take some samples. But a pretty intense sampling to prove performance, to show that it can perform. Again, there's industrial applications with similar characteristics, but it falls under industrial, not domestic, which the state, you know, keeps separate. And the resiliency of the system. How does it, in cold water, how does it perform? During the summer months, how does it perform? Should we add leachate? What does that do to the system? Basically, everything that you can think of that could happen is what would be tested through this pilot. Be very clear protocol, though. Not something that we would just turn over to Kathy GR and Barrett say, well, here, have at it. It's a pretty extensive report that would be developed to say, for this week you're doing this, for this week you're doing this, so that we can collect that data to appropriately analyze it for the state.
So you would be, say if you're adding leachate 1 week, you would be doing extensive water quality testing of the effluent coming out at the end, and also looking at what it does to the biosolids, if that's different. Is that the kind of testing you would be doing?
Yeah, on the liquid stream and then on the solid stream, as what we anticipate or what we've written about is that the solids that settle or that are collected will be going to the current Pitkin County composting operations.
Mm-hmm. So then would that be one of you as a consultant being there on a daily basis, or would it be something that Pitkin County staff at the landfill would be able to do the sampling and send the samples in to you or to a testing lab somewhere?
So on this level of piloting, there's that level where local labs, whether it be some resources within the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District, for QA/QC purposes, we would take some grab samples, send them off to a certified lab just to verify those results. But these manufacturers have pretty, I guess, detailed instrumentation to take it online, where the instrument itself just takes the measurement, samples it, data logs it. And so there's multiple testing going on.
And from an operational standpoint, a piloting study like this includes an operator.
Can I?
Yeah.
So we're talking winter, summer climate issues. So of course my understanding, which tell me if I'm wrong on this, would be we have less septage coming in during the winter months, but we have more propylene glycol coming in. So that's going to be a tricky one, because you're using the polypropylene glycol or the propylene glycol as your carbon source for your septage, but you're having low septage and high. So that's going to be an interesting, because treating just the deicer in the winter.
Our intent is not to treat the deicer. It will be, I guess, but it's used as a carbon source. So it's stored. So it's great actually where during the winter months it can be collected and stored and then used come those winter months.
So we'd have to have a storage opportunity, because I know we only have limited capacity at the airport, so we'd have to be looking at that as part of, okay.
George?
Or ship it if we needed to.
Just to go back to a slide on the prototype that a manufacturer is going to provide, are there prototypes being used currently, so we know what's working and what's not? Who's using them?
The prototypes right now aren't being used for what we're proposing. And the nice thing is for piloting, essentially it's a trailer that will show up at the landfill, be unhooked and be placed, and some infrastructure will be constructed adjacent to it. And I mean, physically, that's what happens. And they have these trailers already built with that technology on board. And they have that so they can do piloting studies when someone who has a new process that needs to be tested can test it without putting down $8 million to have a proof of concepts that may or may not work. They can do this pilot study.
No one's currently using this equipment for similar use.
For septic. A lot of this equipment is used for domestic wastewater, and some of it's even used on industrial strength wastewater for dairies, which have similar high VODs that we could see in septic, and beer manufacturing as well, and cheese manufacturing. These manufacturers that we've investigated have a proven track record of treatment, of technology in all different markets.
It was interesting to me, Angela talked about, this pilot scale trailer that arrives on site is nearly 20,000 gallons per day, and that's what we're estimating our full scale system to be. So we could pretty much get up to a full scale
With this,
and match with just the pilot scale.
so Steve, one of the other differences being domestic rather than industrial is our altitude, climate, those kind of things, which would be part of this need for a test.
Temperature is also a driving
Huge.
factor with our biological processes, so that's also a concern, and also to dictate whether, what type of temperatures we would see coming in. If it's coming in at 2 degrees Celsius versus 10 degrees, it makes a huge difference in the efficacy of the process. So we'd want to ensure that this particular process can meet the constraints that the landfill would actually see.
So we need to find a way to keep our septage hot.
Well, basically, the
God,
manufacturers
sounds
aren't
great.
allowed
Hot
to heat their
septic.
trailers.
You may not want to do that.
No. That's what I was thinking.
And another important, I know Rachel's not here, she's brought up several times before the odor issue.
Oh.
And this, again, will allow us, can we capture that odor and mitigate smells?
As we're finding, we have a very nose-sensitive population.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, getting to that odor issue, would this thing be just parked on the ground, or would we have to construct a building to put the thing in order to
They're 50-foot trailers.
control the temperature, the climate, control the climate to make it a warmer temperature so we could run it during the winter, or to control the odor? So would this thing be sitting outside on the ground when we're doing the pilot study?
Absolutely, but the trailer will be enclosed, and there might be some additional construction there to capture the air that's produced within the trailer to an odor control pilot unit. They have really small odor control units that we have proposed for this type of facility given the strong odors, so that's part of piloting. We're working out with what we can with the odor manufacturer. How long can we keep it, and drive down that price for us? That'd be great.
Well, there's research being done in the valley right now on odor control in a controlled situation, and the thought occurred to me that we might be able to use the technology that they are working with, or they might be able to use some technology that we come up with.
Sure.
From the marijuana growing
Oh,
operation.
yes, yeah, and the manufacturer we're working with actually brought that up the last time we spoke to them, and
Interest there.
it was first produced and tested in Germany, and then went haywire in Amsterdam, and now it's in the United States for wastewater, and also now those type of operations, and it works very well. It's very small, especially with that type of. So yeah, that's definitely beneficial.
So Steve, that's a really good point. So in this $1 million estimate for the pilot, does that include the housing of this thing, the odor treatment, the wiring, the piping, all those other infrastructure costs, or do we know all that? Are we going to get to that? If you were going to get to it later, you can bring it up later. I just want to make sure that. We worked this out. I rehearsed with staff.
So piloting costs, that is the piloting units themselves provided by the manufacturers, and all the instrumentation for the testing, controls of the system to help the operators control it. This also includes their on-site support. So these manufacturers just don't plop down their trailer. They'll stay with the county, teach them how to operate it for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever you're willing to pay for. What we budgeted was 4 weeks, 2 weeks on site, and then 2 weeks intermittently throughout the pilot. The engineering, the laboratory testing, and then the pilot report in the protocol plan. Now, what it does not include at this time is the pilot, so siting the pilot, depending on whether we site it at the landfill, requires regulatory approval, since the landfill is permitted as a landfill, as a solid waste, not as a wastewater treatment facility. Also, what process water to first get the pilot going, since we're not producing any at the time. The electricity out to the pilot. My understanding is that there's a current project right now at the landfill that will take some electricity out there, the cables for it. The chemicals, the PT hauling, we're still trying to work out the logistics of that. However, that is the landfill going to charge the airport or, you know, the internals of the county. And then the ancillary wiring and piping at this point, that $1 million cost does not include that.
Does not include that.
Right.
Do we have any guesstimate?
Well, we've been working with Weaver Consulting Group or Prime, and right now they're still in the process of assessing what that electric cost is.
We we have that stormwater pond issue at the bottom of the hill that we're going to be putting an air stripper in to treat the leachate that's seeping into the water of the stormwater pond. We have to run, we're going to locate that air stripper likely out in the boneyard, and we have to run electricity out to that air stripper, so it's the same.
You'll have that capacity, but there's other things that John's going to jump
Well,
on.
and I would just jump in that, we wanted to give you kind of an order of magnitude in terms of what a pilot would be. Obviously, if we were given direction to proceed and finish out this portion, we would have estimates for all these when we brought a budget supplemental back. So I'd imagine it'd be in excess of the 1 million, but it kind of gets you in the order of magnitude of what the pilot would be.
Gets us into the zeros.
Yeah.
But John, what would that cost to even get to that next step, the county cost?
That's included in the phase 1 that we're doing now. We just need to kind of wrap the rest of those estimates up. We weren't done with that portion of it, but felt like we wanted to give you an update on where we're at, and we can wrap that up if you give us direction to pursue a budget supplemental.
And you're only looking at 6 months for the pilot? Does that give us enough winter, seasonal, or?
But we were looking at 9.
So we were hoping to capture the winter into the spring months to capture leachate treatment and then the winter temperatures, and then the use of propylene glycol itself. WRF, as you see, one of the grant opportunities through the Water Environment Research Foundation, it's the National Association for Wastewater, for the wastewater industry. They provide for such innovative technologies or research and development grants. I've been part of, I guess, a couple of WRF grants where at the end of 6 months piloting, WRF wants to see more, so they're willing to give you more money at the end. 6 months is a pretty good duration for a pilot this size. Again, it really, 9 months would be more ideal, but we were trying to balance that with the cost of what the manufacturers were charging with what we can actually capture for the purpose of approval.
And I think if we do go for it, I think I'd like to see it longer because we have such extremes between winter and summer even. Well, generally we do, we're not maybe having that. Another quick question, Steve. Since you've been working with grants and issues like that, do you know if there's any federal economic development grant possibility, or is that something we've even thought of looking into, or?
We currently have the Water Smart grant, which we're working on right now, and some of those funds can go towards this pilot study. Once we complete the water grant, Water Smart study, there are additional add-on grants that would help with capital purchase. And so,
Well, and I'll look into that, just so we have that information with the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Economic Development District. I'll put that in my list of things to be looking into with them.
Yeah, along that same line, it seems like there would be possibilities through USDA rural development grants.
Yeah,
that,
this,
can be, you know, really good grants to get, and I think it'd be worth looking into that.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have a, you know, a hand in work keeping an eye on all of that.
There's some other contacts. I'm actually going to be meeting with the lady from the USDA down in Denver at the end of the month who does the
Yeah.
rural grants, so.
Well, I think especially since, I mean, we might be developing a prototype thing that could be replicated all across the United States and be really huge benefit to the whole country, and that, I think, would increase our chance of getting a grant for doing the first project like this.
And the Water Environment Research Foundation grant, we're actually wrapping that up today, and it's going in the mail tonight or tomorrow morning. They're very interested. We talked to them, they're like, their membership is calling for more research on septage treatment. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, we're us in Alaska. That's it. And then another thing, when I got hit with the $1 million cost of a pilot scale study, I started. That was last Friday. Talking with Angela, we're essentially going to be running a wastewater treatment plant. There's revenues coming in, so we can charge revenues coming in to help offset the costs of that pilot scale. And we're estimating, we're looking at maybe 10,000 gallons a day, average of 25 cents a gallon over a 6-month period. We can bring in $260,000 in revenue. We have maybe about $50,000 from the Water Smart grant we can use. The WRF grant's still too early to tell. It's competitive. We don't know. So, that helps offset it. We also have some additional monies that we've budgeted for this process, about $380,000 sitting that could be put towards it as well. So it kind of takes the sting out of that initial huge cost.
Now, the thought crossed my mind that if this works at Pickens County landfill, why wouldn't it work at Aspen Consolidated or Snowmass or Basalt?
Absolutely.
Do the same thing there, and then they're already set up to deal with the water. They have the facilities already in place probably for that. If this process would remove the bulk of the solids and the bulk of the bacterial part, then they're set up to deal with the extra water already. And maybe that's the way this project should go, to actually be done at one of those facilities and not at our landfill.
Exactly. And part of the pilot study costs, we can't probably get permitted to discharge to the river at a pilot scale. We'll have to haul that treated effluent down to make an arrangement with Aspen Consolidated or to Basalt or Snowmass.
And could that be our permanent solution if we kept this unit at the landfill and then just trucked the water to another wastewater treatment facility that then could handle it, because we've got it to a state that it's close, I presume it's closer to a municipal sewage system.
And I think Amy can speak a little bit more to that, but in that arrangement, would an industrial pretreatment program be required? Or could they just have an intergovernmental agreement between the county and the consolidated district to do that? Take the effluent from the landfill to the district's wastewater treatment facility.
Yeah, I think that if you're going directly from the landfill, that might be an option to do a pretreatment. But yeah, it would have to be worked out with agreements as well, legal agreements.
And Steve, I'd suggest we're not going to work those kinds of questions out at the table, but I think what I'm hearing in the comments is that one, we still need to come back to the board to see if we want to do a pilot scale. If the pilot scale proves to be feasible, which is a big question right now because it's so unique, then the board's interested in seeing a variety of different business models that may include more regional partnerships with existing facilities. It could be that really the facility at the landfill is treating to a lower level of and that's probably not the right technical term, it's the one I'm going to use, so that it doesn't shock the systems and the existing, and can you develop a business model that makes sense there. does it just make sense once you've got the stuff at the landfill just to go ahead and process it all the way through? These are questions we're not going to be able to answer right now, because we don't even know if it's technically feasible to treat this or what level it's technically feasible to treat it to, and how the different waste streams may interact. But I think what we could take away from this discussion is that if the board directs us to do a pilot study, depending on the results of that pilot study, you'd like to see a portfolio of options with a preference towards a regional partnership with an existing facility, and to see how that pencils out against us doing it ourselves. Would that be a fair conclusion from?
Yeah, and just real quick, I would like to add to that the time of year, because if we're looking at a pilot program that starts in the winter and goes into the spring, what is our availability of septic going to have? Maybe be better fall, just to bring that into the mix, and the time frame of when we'd start and when we finish.
Michael?
I mean, my approach would be, my suggested approach would be that the pilot also can be a regional endeavor, and that you contact the environmental health departments in Eagle and Garfield, make presentations to them, and eventually make a presentation to the Eagle commissioners and the Garfield commissioners and say, this is what we're planning. We'd like to do a regional pilot. If that's not successful, if for some reason they don't think their septic treatment is necessary, then we fall back and do the pilot ourselves. But since the problem is universal and not unique to Picken County, and water quality is important throughout the Roaring Fork Valley, at least the drainage of it, that we can get partners quickly and they'll understand what the problem is. But to do it all ourselves doesn't make sense to me. And a pilot that's a joint pilot program, it can be successful. The location could be better. The potential expertise that we bring in because of the resources of knowledge within the full valley. So I think that's a better approach than saying, let's go it on our own, let's do a pilot project on our own, and then sell it. I don't think that makes sense.
George?
I also have a concern about timing and capacity. So we're off on a totally new path with the landfill, where we're going to take that over completely in February, and there's still a lot of unknowns to how that's going to really play out in terms of budget and resources. So this is one more additional workload. In terms of other staff needs, we've got a tremendous amount going on right now. You've got the library expansion, you've got the design for the public safety building, you've got the remodel here, you've got an EA at the airport, you've got some other things. So I'm really concerned in terms of staff capacity, a new venture at the landfill, and so I would agree with Michael. I think we need to look at a regional approach and not rush this. I would like to perhaps even wait a year until we get things sort of flowing and moving along at the landfill and some of these other projects online. I don't think we can do everything with the resources we have.
The other aspect of this is have regulations that make sure that there's a source for this septage, and that regulation is a 3-year. You shall clean your septic system, and that has to be a Picken County regulation if we go forward with this. And then I think there's other considerations here, regulatory considerations within Picken County to make this a successful program. You can't just put this pilot in and hope that B&R is going to bring you the waste. You have to make sure that they will bring you the waste. And you have to make sure that that the water quality is enforceable by a limit on or a maximum time that you can run your septic system without cleaning it out. And I think also healthy rivers and streams needs to be involved in it, because ultimately this is keeping the rivers and streams clean. So It's more complex than just putting up this pilot and hoping they'll come. So,
Can I just tack onto the regulatory issue real quick? When I left office in 2011, well, 2010, we were in the process of creating a regulation for mandatory pumping.
that was on the, when there's a transfer of property.
Okay. Is that still in existence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is
This
for
is
overall.
different.
Thank
And we
you.
haven't done it, and I don't know what the
What the status
public
is.
reaction would be to saying, listen, you have to spend this amount of money every 3 years.
And it's enforcement of that, how do we control that and manage it? Okay, thank you.
Well,
Sorry,
and-
John.
And so two things. Again, before we jump to conclusions, I want you to see the financial side, because there's some potential upside to this with the county doing it, but there's a lot of risks. As you guys point out, it's complicated. And then I wonder if you might, Kurt, could you just remind us all of the update that was recently made to the OWTS and how that might impact this?
In 2014, when we updated the OWTS code, what we did was required maintenance, which in cases will require pumping, for higher level treatment systems. We have a considerable amount of these treatment systems that I talked about in the presentation that use filters or do additional treatment in the tank. Every 2 years, those systems are going to be required to have a permit, and part of that will be showing maintenance, which can include pumping. So there's some additional requirements there. You identified the use permit process. We have 72 use permits that were issued last year. The majority of those included pumping tanks. So we already have some pieces in place for that requirement. You know, we've considered, and we've had those discussions at the state level about a blanket requirement. I know there's some jurisdictions in the country that do that. One of the barriers that we've discussed is, what do you do with houses that are occupied 2 weeks out of the year? So they really need to be pumped every 2 weeks, because you can't over-pump a tank. And you are working with natural processes in the tank, and you want to ensure that the bacteria in the tank have enough nutrients to survive. So there's some concerns along those lines with blanket, but I certainly think, and one of the things that Cindy and I've been talking about is looking at this renewable permit program as assessing areas of high risk, and using that where we have high risk of groundwater or surface water contamination, using that same renewable permit process.
Right, well, I mean, the high-risk areas are the ones that don't have advanced treatment systems, and in terms of whether they should be pumped or not, then you just simply put in a water gauge in the house, and when they reach a certain 100,000 gallon, then that triggers the mandatory pumping. So that's easily dealt with, it seems to me.
There's a personal story that pops into my mind. That at one point we had not pumped our tank for at least 10 years. And Jacobson came up to pump the tank because we thought, you know, we really ought to do this. It's been at least 10 years. And during the process of him pumping the tank out, he said, this tank does not really need pumping out right now. He said, and then he asked, he asked if we have a garbage disposal. And I said, no, we don't. He said, what do you do with your food waste? And it goes into a compost thing out on the ground. He said, that's the reason why the food waste tremendously overloads the septic tank. It's the majority of the solids going in there is food waste getting ground up in the garbage disposal. And so that kind of plays into if we have people in rural areas composting their food or putting it into our compost operation, that would affect the rate at which septic tanks would need to be pumped out in Pitkin County. And that's like on a case-by-case basis. Some people are using the garbage disposal and others are not.
I don't have a garbage disposal either, or a dishwasher. Or septic. Money?
want to discuss the financials that we pulled together? Because like John mentioned, there are some upsides. There's it's fairly quick payback, and
Is there a different one than we have in our handout?
this is easier to read. I noticed
Oh.
the one in the packet got cut off. So it's the exact same one.
I noticed the print isn't big enough. Thank you.
You have a magnifying glass?
Yeah, this is easier to read one.
I know.
Not only do I have to put my glasses on, I have to put my arms
So
out.
sorry.
No, that's okay, I can read it.
So just, is Connie here? Do you want to step up? So what we're looking at, and again, we're estimating a $9 million capital purchase for the eventual system. And on this spreadsheet, we worked in $1 million for that pilot scale study, as well as the revenues. And then say, we estimate 2017, purchasing, if we move forward, again, this is all assumptions, a $9 million system using a certificate of participation for repayment. And so Connie, I'm going to let you do it because you do it better.
So the first section of this spreadsheet shows the expenditures. As Kathy was saying, $1 million for the pilot program divided over 2 years, 2015 and 16. A $9 million capital purchase price paid through certificates of participation over a 20-year period. So that's the repayment of the $9 million stretches out almost to the very end of this spreadsheet. There are estimates of operation, maintenance, other admin costs that might be associated with it. Again, it's just our best guess at this point in time. And so we see the cost very high in capital right up front, and then a steady cost of around $1 million a year after that. On the revenue side, we expect that there would be some revenues associated with the pilot program. You see that in 2015 and 16. You see the $9 million coming in from the certificates of participation loan in the revenue side on 2017. And then septage treated, this would be the cost of accepting the septage to the system, so there are revenues coming in each year. We actually have a balance that is favorable. In this model, it would pay for itself in 5 years. Again, there are a lot of assumptions that we don't know exactly what it will be. But if you look on our cumulative, which is the very bottom line in this spreadsheet, it does show a fairly significant amount of revenue coming into the landfill. Questions on the spreadsheet?
The septage treated, does that include some amount if for the propylene glycol from the airport? Would the airport be paying us for?
That is not included in this
So
spreadsheet.
this is just septage, not including any
Right.
of the other potential things.
Right. This is a very simplified model at this point because there are so many unknowns. It's just to be able to give a rough estimate of what it could look like.
Yeah, we opted, similar to previous spreadsheets we've shown you on the landfill, to go with a more conservative approach on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, it's probably right in the middle of the range of alternative technologies that we might look at. So the expenditure side could be a little higher, it could be a little lower. The revenue side's probably low.
In addition, Rifle, when we met with them, was struggling with the septage treatment is throwing their system off, but, they like the revenue of it. So they're willing to battle their issues with the septage for that fairly significant revenue component.
Where is their treatment plant located?
It's near the landfill, just down the road.
What are they doing other than solar on the old Superfund site that was there, or the old mineral site, waste site? You don't know?
As you heard from as far as the budgeting and also with the piloting, we have a number of different costs to really try to dial in. Kathy did touch a bit on potential revenues that were actually a pretty significant chunk of that $1 million would cut into it, a significant chunk of that $1 million. And John had mentioned bringing back a couple different maybe portfolios of what that looks like. And so staff can certainly come back with a couple of different options there for that piloting study and what some of those different revenue, offsetting revenues would look like as well.
Steve, can I, and that brings back to mind again the time of year. I mean, we're going to have these kind of revenues in the middle of winter? Are we going to have that many septic tanks that are pumped in the middle of winter that they're going to be bringing us? I mean, that's a question that I think is worth looking again at the time frame of doing a pilot, if we really want to look at a revenue source.
You know, according to the haulers, you know, they're pretty steady all year with the septage.
I didn't kind of pick that up in the memo. That's where it came to mind. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
even thought of it, but.
They, you know, we have a busy ski season, holiday time, and in the summer, you know, if you talk to Aspen Consolidated Sand, they see their wastewater levels jump in, you know, late December between Thanksgiving through January. So we probably see the same thing.
Well, we know that happens in the commercial core where people are in hotels and flushing their toilets or in the town. But I don't think a lot of those big houses on Red Mountain pump their septic when their people are there for their 2 weeks.
No, you know, it's completely impractical to do it in the wintertime. It's hard enough to find your septic caps anytime because you haven't done it for 10 years, and so it's a real expedition. Under 4 feet of snow, you're not going to do it.
So we just need to keep that in mind when we're talking
Just not
revenue.
going to do it.
And we could dial it in more.
Thank you.
What happens with the grease trap kind of things in different facilities? Does that go through the regular wastewater treatment things, or is that something that they would love it if this works, if we could take something like that off of their hands?
We did sample for oil and grease. I'm going to turn this over to Angela. There are DAP systems, they're called, that pull that oil and grease out, so there is a potential for grease trap waste.
Yeah, so part of the upfront piloting unit it's just a big reactor that settles off the fog, or it collects all the fog and the oil and the grease. It benefits the downstream processes, but when people take on septage, they also typically take on the oil and grease. I guess it has a dual purpose during this pilot. It's required for, regardless of whether they take on grease trap waste, but if they do, you know, the DAP will be able to remove.
So now we have fog created out there. I'm totally confused now.
So FOG stands for fats.
I know.
oils, and greases.
I got it.
Well, I guess just to be a
Climate
little bit more
change.
clear about it, would we be able to
Recycle.
pilot for FOG specifically? Yes.
And is not that a product of that recyclable use? So we have guys that pick it up in town and use it for fuel, right?
There is a gentleman, I do believe that they do that, make a biodiesel.
I see them in the alleys all the time.
Yeah.
They make it into lipstick.
They make it into,
Lipstick later on.
It's
oh, that's why I don't wear
gross.
lipstick. Did you notice that?
Okay, so
One financial cost comparison that I'm curious about, if this would work, why wouldn't Aspen Consolidated or somebody else just go ahead and build the facility to do it there?
A rifle
A pre-treatment thing for septage, that they could get it to a point the rest of their system could handle it. And maybe that's the way we would want to go, is to put our money into just helping, you know, one of the, I'm thinking basalt might be better because it's a different climate down there, and it's also more centrally located to Eagle and Garfield County. If we're doing a regional thing, another location farther down valley probably would make more sense. And so the salt wastewater treatment facility or an Elgibel or somewhere might be like the ideal place to do it. But what would be the cost to them to do it compared to us doing a whole brand new thing at our landfill? And that's a cost comparison I think we'd need to look at sometime down the road.
We could certainly bring back those estimated costs because they'd be pretty varying depending on which other governmental agency we would decide to partner with. And they would, since they have different ages of plants and different types of plants, that would bring in that variability as well. I think with just like any other infrastructure that is out there, people have always, or municipalities, local governments have always struggled with their financial models, and where do you extend your services to bring in other revenues? When a lot of Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District is its own government, and I'm sure when they formed, their goal was to treat this, their municipality, not necessarily to take all this in, and that's why this has been, such a interesting project for us as staff. Is you're looking at people that do something very similar, but it's not quite enough the same in both the technical feasibility and the community portion as well.
And maybe to give you a sense of economy of scale, basalt is about they treat 500,000 gallons per day is what they're rated for. A 500,000 gallon per day plant, given the new regulations for nutrient removal, today is running anywhere from $8 to $12 million. Basalt loading, this septage loading is 25% of that loading at 20,000 gallons a day. So a lot of these municipalities, be it a district, be it a quasi-governmental entity, how do they get the support of their constituents, number one, to pay that additional rate per month for septage that really shouldn't have to impact their system? It should be up to the septic owner.
And so that's probably why this hasn't happened to this date. But if we really want to look at this as the regional problem that it is and go and knock on a lot of doors, that's trying to figure out that partnership and what IGA that what type of IGA that would look like, and the costs and benefits. It adds a lot of additional assumptions and unknowns, but I mean that's certainly a direction.
Steve.
Oh,
I mean, the biggest cost thing here, it seems to me, is not how much revenue we would make or anything, but the cost savings. If the hauling, I mean, it's hard to read this chart correctly, but if you take these three figures for hauling, you get over $200 million in hauling costs. So you're going to save no matter what, it seems to me, if you have a rational system of dealing with it that eliminates most of this hauling. That's the real figure here. Not that you have a $260,000 revenue per year for the landfill. That's the main cost, and that should, if that's just Picken County at $200 million, then if you add those other counties, I can't imagine what the cost.
But can I just tag on to that? But how do we know though that so now the hauler is charging me $800, $1,000 because I've got these hauling costs? How do we know after we create a facility, if we were to create a facility either here or regionally, up valley, in the Roaring Fork Valley, that those haulers would reduce their costs?
I think it's just capitalism.
Yeah, the chances are we've seen that happen before. And where was the benefit of reduced costs to the individual consumer when we have no control over what that hauler costs? So we could put in a facility here and say we're going to save you all this money, and the hauler says I'm still charging them $1,000, and I'm only going 20 miles.
Well, but the hauler, there's going to be competitive haulers, and they're going to say, well, where previously I could only make one run a day, now I can make 3 or 4.
Do you think they're going to bring down their own costs?
And that I mean, a competitive hauler. Maybe the people have grown accustomed to $1,000, but there's going to be competitive haulers to say, there's a margin in here now that I can make money on. So
I can take my costs down and get more hauling.
Yeah. So that would be the market at work here. So.
Yeah, the market pressure would probably drive it somewhere in the middle, right? It'd add a little bit to margin, maybe bring down the cost, and it's hard for us to estimate that. We're trying to give you guys high-level kind of comparisons that this is a big efficiency question from a financial as well as a environmental perspective in terms of that hauling. And so that's real, and you get that benefit through a regional solution. That's why I'm hearing a lot of desire from the board to turn this into a regional discussion and kind of see, right now when you form a wastewater, the regulatory, not necessarily the regulatory environment, but what a wastewater treatment district or municipality does is they draw what's called a 201 wastewater boundary, and that kind of defines the service area where they're going to be accepting wastewater and the area that they're going to be providing service as a municipal or quasi-municipal entity. And so that boundary, then that's how the infrastructure is developed. I think this is kind of what GR was talking about before is, you have an estimate, you size the system to the anticipated wastewater streams that will be generated, and also the dilutions of those wastewater streams that would be generated because they're on a municipal system. And so the septage, when it comes in, is just that add-on. They try and keep that margin as little as possible because, one, it's coming from outside of areas that they had originally intended to serve. And so what we're really talking about when we go to partnership is saying, wait a second, guys, we really need to rethink the paradigm of that service model. Why was Rifle established, or why was these certain boundaries established, and can we think about a business model that would incorporate these rural areas? So it's not an easy discussion, and that's why it hasn't happened. That's why it's not happening within those 201 service areas, for Aspen Sand or Rifle or what have you, because it is really outside the paradigm of how you define a service area, kind of estimate the what's going to be coming in, how you treat it, and what you want it to go out. We introduce a higher level of uncertainty when we bring these rural areas in. That's why it hasn't happened. And so I think it's a good discussion to have. I just want the board to be aware it's, I don't think, going to be as obvious a discussion to the partners on the other side as it appears to us today here for a lot of reasons. And so that's one piece, and I just want you to understand that it's more complex on their side even than what we presented to you today. And I also...
But John, I'm not suggesting we go straight to the sanitation districts. I'm talking a general approach, which is for environmental health, then up to the commissioners and say, listen, this is essentially our problem. We think it's a universal problem, and it's universal within these county areas. And this is what we think is a solution. And just to have that discussion, right? Because they're not, I don't know that they're having it, but at least we'll know that they're aware of it. At that point, if there's no further fruitful discussion, then we fall back in that year's time space to our own pilot program. But I think without discussing it on a political basis, not a treatment district basis, that's the first step.
And that's a good clarification, because I was hearing both in the board's discussion. So it's a point that I really want to clarify, because this is, I think, going at staff direction right now. Is your approach is one approach versus talking to the existing service providers, which is the other discussion I was hearing.
If the commissioners at those county levels say, well, okay, what is a greater discussion? What are our treatment? Do we do it as a discrete treatment facility, or do we combine it with our other, or see if they're, or that's a further discussion, it seems to me. That's not the first discussion.
And so just to do a check-in, is that consistent with what all of you were thinking? Because I was hearing both conversations happening.
I'm on line with what Michael, start at that level and then bring it in. And the other point would be that if this is a pilot program, never been done before anywhere in the world, we're not surprised it's Pitkin County, but neither should this discussion be surprising that we're going to bring up a discussion it's an old issue with some maybe new solutions.
Well, we have regional solutions. We have the RAFTA, which is a regional solution, regional governments involved for a common purpose, and it's worked very well. And I think that's the kind of model we can build on. We're successful with RAFTA, with different jurisdictions, dealing with a common problem of transportation, and we can do the same thing with septage as a common problem, quite frankly. And in
Can
terms
think of great acronyms for that, Michael.
and in terms of what George was saying, I think this county has reached a level of challenges that we need to even off those challenges. We don't need to add to that right now. And let's have success in the various projects that we have ongoing and beginning. And once we reach that, then that's the time to reach this complexity and try to solve it ourselves. But I don't think Pickens County solving their problem does much good, quite frankly.
And that was going to be a second thing, because it seems like we're getting to maybe wrap up and direction point, because the other concern, George, I think that you raised, Michael, you just raised, is we've got a lot on our plate, right? We've got a lot of kind of deferred projects. I put this in one of them. We've been talking about the need of this for some time, and we got into a feasibility study. When we started the feasibility study, I don't think staff had anticipated the complexity or uniqueness. Certainly this couldn't be a unique problem. Other people are doing this, and we could find the kind of package solution. I think what we learned through going through phase 1 of feasibility is, oh, actually, this just treating septic alone is a unique kind of undertaking, much less adding on the leachate and propylene glycol, which may even have some advantages. But this did turn into, I think, a bigger and more complex problem. The reason that we divided this process up in the way that we did to come back to you at each stage is to kind of get what is the go-ahead point, and is the board willing to take on this bigger and more complex problem right now. And I just want to make sure that we're hearing the board right, in that you want us to go out and have this broader discussion with our neighboring counties. The region that we see would probably be the collection. Maybe it's within the watershed, or wherever folks might be coming and having the treatment, to see if there is a regional momentum and maybe regional resources that would be put towards maybe expanding based on our phase 1 feasibility, and bring that back to the board, and then we can make a decision about whether we want to right now take the work that we've done and package it up for when we have more capacity, when we've gotten some of these projects through the process right now, or if there is regional momentum, how can we make sure that we're at the table but maybe not shouldering 100% of the burden. Is that kind of the direction that I'm hearing from?
My feeling is we need to look at the Roaring Fork Valley as our region, which means it's a little bit of Gunnison, Garfield, and western Eagle County is the region to look at, because that's where we get the benefit from the short hauls with the trucks. If we can do the pilot study with other people's money, in other words, grants, we still get the benefit of proceeding forward with doing the pilot study and finding out some of these answers. When it comes to building the bigger facility, I think the regional approach is the way. We want to find the ideal location, and maybe it's at our landfill, maybe it's somewhere farther down the valley, but that could come out in discussions with the other counties. But if we could do the pilot study without doing the whole bigger regional discussion, I mean, we could start the conversation with them, but if we could have hard data from a pilot program, that would help convince them that this, we already know that this would work. And you want to be part of it in building a bigger thing, or putting, contributing to the regional effort. But I agree with George, there's a lot going on at the landfill right now with this transition we're going through. And I don't know that October 2015 is when we want to start this thing. Maybe push it out a little bit. Might be more prudent. Patty?
Yeah, I think we should start the regional discussions, maybe take this presentation, which was very informative, very succinct, very understandable. I love the science part of it too, guys. So, but I think take this, refine it, consolidate it, but the idea, the concepts, and then move that forward with the regional discussion. I think October's probably a totally unrealistic start date, but I think we have other issues. Even if we said go ahead, I think we have a lot of issues that need to be resolved. But I think we need to have that discussion before we start a pilot program to see if anybody's interested in investing in our pilot program to help us, or their pilot program, and we're interested in investing in that, in a mid-valley area or wherever, that there's a facility that, our landfill may be the perfect place to do it, or we may come up with another solution. I think it's something that needs to be done, just how, when, and where, and who need to be answered. Sorry for that. That's a lot of how, when's, and where.
Yeah, I mean, I just look on the internet here, and I'm just thinking of what's the life of, what's the historical life of septic systems. And so there's a manufacturer here who's been manufactured since 1968. They're the largest manufacturer of septic tanks in the western United States. So if that's true, my guess is that there weren't any precast septic systems, tanks, in Pickens County in the 60s. So the reason there's no regional approach to this is because the life of these things is only 50 years. I mean, the ongoing life of what I would call a sophisticated septic system is a 50-year span. So that's, whereas we've had toilets that flush for a much longer time.
To somewhere.
So that's part of the challenge, it seems to me, is that the use of septic tanks and the rural and the transfer of people from urban to rural environments is a very recent thing. It's 50 years, and that's why it hasn't been an approach to say this is a regional problem. We need to preserve our water quality. We're just at the beginning of those challenges. So because those tanks last for a long time, I mean. That's why we seem to be alone.
So direction right now is to gauge the interest of our neighboring counties in a regional solution for this kind of septic treatment process, and gauge interest in participating in a pilot, bring that discussion back to the board, and then get direction whether to move forward with a supplemental on a pilot based on that. I also heard that in the interim, and I think this is a discussion we need to have more broadly anyway, is, gosh, we've got a lot in the pipeline right now, and it feels like a lot because it is a lot, and we've got to make sure we understand how we're going to be resourced so that all these are feasible and done well.
That it's successful. That's
successful.
Successful.
Yeah. I would say there's no rush.
Yeah.
You don't have to go out tomorrow and start contacting Ego and Garfield and Mason.
Well,
The only thing is, I would adjust those hauling figures for the various counties. I mean, if you could, because I think those hauling figures were Pickens County hauling figures, but if Garfield and Eagle, they're going to be substantially larger, I think. So the savings to the constituency is much bigger if you can treat it.
and on a side note, on a real positive note, we've been looking for issues to discuss with our regional partners, so what better?
Yeah.
They're not going to be surprised at Pickens County bringing this forward.
I would find out what propylene glycol figures there are from Eagle County and Garfield County airports too. If we're having this broader discussion with them, that could be an important
Okay.
problem-solving thing for them.
Can I, off topic, get a 1-minute update since GR and Brian are here? The status of the Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek Road overlay. I had a constituent ask me that yesterday.
Sure. As the board well knows, we contracted with a local contractor to perform asphalt patching, an asphalt overlay in some sections, and double chip seal in Old Snowmass, including Snowmass Creek Road and Capitol Creek Road, the entire lengths of their existing paved portions. We have completed the first layer, the larger aggregate of chip. We did that about a week and a half ago, other than a small section that we're holding off to allow another contractor to work on some environmental mitigation. This week, Friday, we had started on the smaller aggregate, the one that makes it a little bit nicer ride for motorists and particularly bicycles. That started on Friday on the upper end of Snowmass Creek Road. They're working their way towards State Highway 82 on Snowmass Creek Road. Then they'll come back and then start from Capitol Creek Road and Snowmass Creek Road and work their way out towards the gravel section of road. We anticipate that the chipping will be completed weather dependent in about a week and a half. We've been battling the rain. We've had in the last 2 weeks, we've actually had more weather days than we've had construction days. And so it's the type of construction that we cannot do when it's raining or if we have a significant threat of rain, because you're dealing with a liquid asphalt product that will actually run off the road if we get a large downpour before we spread chip.
Also, George, just this morning, the contractor is filling in the hole where the gas tank overturned. And that big hole has been what's holding up finishing the last 100 yards of Capitol Creek Road for the first layer of chip. So that presumably they're going to have that filled in. We can get that part finished. And
given the resources that they're giving to that, I wouldn't assume that's going to take them much more than another day or so to fill in that area.
Before we wrap up, can I clarify the wastewater treatment discussion?
Mm-hmm.
So what I understand is, instead of phase 2 being a pilot scale study, phase 2 will be more of an outreach to our neighboring counties. So I'm looking, do we bring a budget supplemental forward? We still have $380,000 that we allocated for this project, to bring a budget supplemental to move forward with putting together a package and meeting with our neighbors.
Well,
What do I need to do?
Kathy, I think the initial discussions probably won't require a budget supplemental.
Okay.
If we need further analysis to further those discussions, then I think we can bring that discussion back to the board and ask for a supplemental at that time. I think we have a little bit of room left. There's a few additional pieces of analysis, I think, to prepare for the countywide discussions. I think right now we're holding off pending those discussions. Did I capture that correctly?
So
Unless you want to buy food for all those people.
lunch. All right.
It is the best way to get them done.
Yeah.
So those discussions will be at a higher level.
Yeah.
You guys will take that on.
We'll talk.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Great.
you.
thank you very
It's
much. It's been
complicated.
very informative, very interesting. Okay, we're going to take a break until 1 o'clock for the employee appreciation lunch, which is right outside.
This was 17 minutes.
Okay, so, yeah.
I think we, yeah.
Back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on July 14th. Next up, we have our future agendas.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And yeah, I really don't have a lot for you on future agendas, which is fortunate since we're running a little late from our employee appreciation picnic. But just wanted to point out that on August 4th, we're going to have some significant moving around of the agenda that day to accommodate. Right now, we don't have it timed out real well, and we also have a department update. I'm not sure which department yet. I unfortunately have misplaced my notes on that, but we're going to be adding a department update and moving more up into the morning on that day. So we'll be restructuring August 4th. Other than that, I think as you'll start to see, we're getting busier into the summer, and so your work sessions are going to start filling up, and you're going to start having more active agendas going into the budget season.
Patty?
Yeah, I have successfully, as far as today, scheduled my eye surgery in Denver. So I will be gone from August 21st, that's a Friday, that's the day I have surgery, and I will be returning the following Friday, August 28th, so I'll miss the meetings, which I was trying to avoid, but the surgeon wasn't being very flexible on that. So I'll miss the 24th and 25th, I believe. 25th and 26th. But I will be looking forward to being back after my eye surgery.
We hope that you can see us very well when you
I'll
get
have
back.
see you in a whole different light, let me tell
Yeah.
you. Clearly, very clearly.
Okay.
John, I'm not on August 18th.
And I would note for the board that it looks like I may be attending a meeting with the FAA and our airport staff on August 4th, which would mean I'd need to have Phyllis or another staff member covering that meeting. But we're still firming that up.
No, we're still working that agenda.
Yeah. And we're still working that agenda.
John, I noticed that on July 28th, it still has Rachel and me being gone, but we will go.
Yeah, we just didn't get that updated before coming in, but we do have that in our notes.
Okay, next on the agenda is Open Space and Trails Budget Supplemental for a full-time ranger position.
Did you win one of those? Ah, that's cool.
What is it? Oh, Fitbit.
Pedometer or some kind of thing.
Fitbit.
I'm gonna hide it in John's backpack and see if he's been sloughing off.
You can put it around his wrist, and we can put it under all the dressings.
Yeah, tighten it up. Well, thanks, Steve, and we're actually pitch hitting for Gary Tenenbaum, who woke up with a spasm in his back and is not able to sit up this morning.
Oh, no.
Man,
So,
ouch.
it's getting old. He, yeah, he claims he doesn't know how it happened, but sooner or later the truth will emerge, maybe. Anyway, this budget supplemental request is really driven by a couple of factors. We had back-to-back seasonal rangers for several years. We had a person that would come on in the summer, and then they would not continue, and then we had a person come on in the winter, and they would not continue. And that was okay for a while, but it's kind of run its course, and I'm not sure that it's really in keeping with the labor laws to have the same person on back-to-back summer and winter seasonal positions, since the consequence of that is they don't have any benefits. So we've got a young man who was on in the winter who stayed on for the summer, and because we have the same person in both those positions, we felt it was wise to just upgrade this to a year-round position. As explained in the memo, we've got plenty of carryover work going on year-round anymore with the seasonal closures on Sky Mountain Park, and John could, I'm sure, speak to what the load is out there. I don't think you guys are really all that busy, but.
Yeah, as you know, there is precious little off-season. We used to love our off-seasons, and there's just very little of it anymore. And in the December 1st is the date that we close Sky Mountain Park, and I presume that'll be the same with Glacier. I can't remember without looking at the plan, but increasingly we have more and more properties everywhere, and more properties with seasonal closures. That's one reason that I feel justified in requesting this full-time ranger position. Several years ago, might be 5 or 6 years ago, the board okayed our winter seasonal, and that position has become busier and busier. And like Dale said, this fall, we hired Price Hadley in November, and he was our winter seasonal, and he assimilated the job so quickly, and he is so smart. He's just been terrific, and so this is part of this is about retention, and we are required. We cannot keep anybody 12 months without offering them benefits under the Affordable Care Act. But I truly believe that Price is obviously there's an additional expense to the lead ranger, and Price is worth every penny of it. He's been terrific. One of the things that it saves me is not only advertising, interviewing, and hiring, and then training another ranger, which is very time consuming, but Price is already trained. He's been a terrific asset. This spring we hired 2 seasonal rangers, and we had 24 applicants for the 2 positions. 2 years ago we had 102 applicants for the same positions. Luckily we were able to find 2 very good rangers out of that group, but I thought there was something wrong with the NeoGov system, where we had so few in the field to choose from. But with all the properties we've acquired of the seasonal closures, the properties in Redstone that certainly don't get visited enough, they have not, obviously have not been developed, but I'm sure when there's more and more use up there and development of a trail system up there, we'll also need to be spending more time up the Crystal, which is I wouldn't say neglected, but not getting a lot of patrolling at this time. So I'd love to answer any questions you have about it.
Yeah, this will come back to us in a formal resolution. John, is that how it's going to work?
Yeah, so
This
how
is
this
a nod,
works
we need to give a nod.
is, yeah, we get approval from the board informally through the MOIs, and then we collect those into a
Come back on
formal
quarterly.
budget ordinance on a quarterly basis.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be supporting this, but is this will be different than what I think will be coming forward with the North Star Management Plan? Aren't we in need of another ranger in association with that plan?
Yes, and next summer we plan on asking for.
Or that'll come through in the 2016 budget? Maybe?
That would be the preferred,
And
yeah.
that won't be a full-time position.
No, that would be another summer seasonal, and as you know, hopefully you've been able to go out and visit North Star. We have been successful in protecting the preserve. Maybe not as successful in protecting the resource of peace and tranquility, which the quality of the experience. And we have launched a river patrol, which we've been doing this is the 3rd summer. We have not been on the river much this summer. Last weekend we had 2 rangers on the river both days. We have a small boat, and they were very optimistic at the response about reaching people on the water as opposed to getting them at the trailhead or the takeout. So that's something, that's a tangent, but we will be spending more time on the water and certainly more time on North Star.
You know, I think you could probably get commissioners to volunteer for that duty.
We would love it. We would love, we'll supply with a boat and all the gear and.
T-shirt.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. I just want to make sure that we were not usurping that.
No,
North
two
Star.
separate things.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
George?
So John, will you use price next winter along the north trails, or how will you utilize them?
What's that, George?
Will you utilize price onto the Nordic trails? Or?
Price patrolled the Nordic trails this past winter as well, and so we'll both be out on that. And of course, having two full-time rangers still doesn't put two rangers out on the trail at all times with the scheduling and stuff. You know, there's days off and vacation time and all that. So I'd like to say that there'd be 7 days a week, two rangers on the trail at all times. But you know, with the scheduling and stuff, yeah.
Because we talked about even on the Nordic Council, and I think we talked about it open space in terms of perhaps starting to try to generate some volunteers to help out. Certainly in the wintertime on the Nordic trails, just for informational, and people have questions how to get here or how to get there, and as well as in the summer when we talked about that for North Star also.
I don't know if you're aware that we have a Nordic Ambassador program. We've had that 7 years, I think now, and we'd love to get more people, especially you, because you get out a lot. But we would love to have more Nordic ambassadors. But we have 5, I believe, that are out now. Were you aware of that?
I think so, but they don't seem to be as visible, or are they actually? They used to, and years ago, they had their own jacket. And
Yeah.
They still do?
Yeah, they have their own jacket. It's actually a sharp-looking Nordic jacket that has the city and county logo, as well as the Nordic Council, and it has ambassador very visible on that. It's all volunteer. We don't require any amount of hours as a commitment or anything like that. And frankly, I'd love to see more people and more time out there. So if you know anybody that's interested, and there's absolutely no enforcement or compliance component. It's strictly, like you said, goodwill, building advocacy for the program, for the sport, and answering questions, helping out, that sort of thing, direction, pathfinding and stuff. So, but we'd love to have more people.
I had never ever heard about that, even when I was working at the Snowmass Nordic Center. I never was aware of that. So I don't know if they didn't come in there when I was working. And I would usually ski around the Snowmass golf course.
Yeah, Danny, DeMaria, and Drew are out there, and they live out there, so they spend a lot more time at Snowmass than they do on the other trails. But again, everybody works full-time jobs, and the amount of time they wish they were more out on the trail more. We do too. So, but yeah, if you think of anybody
maybe at the approach of this coming winter season, put a little publicity out on that to the Nordic community. I bet we could get more people.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Okay, what's everybody's thumb up, thumb down? I think sounds like a good idea to me to give us better coverage, and it'll, somewhat more cost for the benefits, but if we have a really good employee already on, who doesn't require a lot of training, also a good employee on days when you can't be there, to have a ranger out there who you feel really confident in, that's really important too.
Yeah, he's terrific. So it's definitely an investment, and thank you.
Thanks guys.
Thanks.
Okay, preparation for the EOTC meeting on July 16th, and EOTC for the public's benefit is the, what is EOTC? Elected Officials Transportation Committee.
Good job.
Right?
Well, I'm Brian Pettit. I'm your Public Works Director here with Tom Oken, the Treasurer of the county.
And we just are here to open up the discussion about the OTC meeting coming up Thursday in the town of Snowmass at 4 o'clock, and to see if there's any issues that come up based on this agenda or any other items that the board would like to see discussed as part of the OTC meeting. So, however you want to handle it, Steve.
I have a couple of things, and I talked to John about that, but just for the benefit of the rest of the board, it seemed like staff has put a lot of agenda items on this. And it seems like the agenda is being driven primarily from staff versus when we have our joint meetings with the city or with Snowmass, we always come up with agenda items that the board would like to see on that. So that's just a comment, and perhaps we can have a brief discussion at the OTC in terms of how we want to, what sort of process we want to use or have the opportunity boards to say, well, I'd like to have this on the agenda or that on the agenda. So that's a comment. And then I also thought that some of these agenda items could be really compressed in terms of the time that's allocated for them, and some of the updates could probably actually be done perhaps in an MOI, just to save some more time. So that's on the current agenda. Two other topics I wanted to bring forth, at least a preliminary, just to sort of set the stage for future conversations. One would be a topic in terms of the entrance to Aspen that we talked about, where would be the proper forum to have that conversation, with the city or with ELTC, and I think it makes sense to perhaps, that's a topic ELTC could look at from a funding point of view, and because it affects everyone, and perhaps we could find some sort of direction to look at some opportunities and options down the road through the OTC. So I'll throw that out. I'm not looking for a lengthy discussion, but perhaps just present the idea that we could follow up at a future ELTC meeting. And then the other topic, sort of related to that I mentioned at an open discussion here through one of our RAPTA board updates, is looking at how we're going to look at future funding for the no-fare bus from Aspen to Snowmass, and where the gap is going to come in when Base Village comes online. And so, because RAPTA is going to be probably needing to provide more service when Base Village comes online, and are they going to be looking towards the ELTC to fill that from a budgetary point of view? I would hope not. I would hope that the information perhaps that Tom could provide and Dan Blankenship could provide specifically to town council, they could use that information as they're going through the planning process with Base Village to look at how they're going to fill that gap in terms of funding.
That's a good point.
Patty?
Can I just ask, why is the Cozy Point Master Plan on this EOTC agenda?
Was the city of Aspen wanted to check in with EOTC? It involves the intercept lot, and so there was some involvement there, and they wanted to make sure that the EOTC was privy to the process that they're going through with regard to Cozy Point.
Yeah, and
that was the link.
I believe, didn't Jeff present at a previous, was it an EOTC meeting or was it a joint meeting?
It was a joint meeting.
Oh, it was a joint meeting, I apologize, and so.
Yeah, I know that, they're looking at that whole section, but just seemed an interesting thing to an already 3 hours so full agenda to have Cozy Point, but so be it.
Well, and if I could, Steve, it goes to George's point, which is a good one, and I think maybe an idea to get to the priorities of the EOTC is to have a future agendas discussion in each meeting, because it's true, we as staff are trying to anticipate the issues and doing the best to try to fulfill the mission of the EOTC, but I'm not sure it's being driven by the elected officials, and that's where that conversation ought to be had. So
thank you for that comment.
Maybe we can have a standing future agendas discussion at each meeting, just 10 or 15 minutes.
Michael?
Part of that was that I'd asked for, and I think the EOTC, at least the Pickens County side, agreed to a master planning for the intercept lot, and that isn't showing up here except in the manifestation of an IGA revision. Nobody asked for an IGA revision. The city of Aspen apparently has asked for an IGA revision. You know, there's a section in here where they give themselves authority to deal with special events, which would be part of the planning of the intercept lot itself. So you have here a paragraph that I've added. Any special event use will require private approval of the director of parking for the city of Aspen. You know, they're just granting themselves sort of executive abilities in that parking lot, which is part of the problem of the intercept lot. So I think it's just unfair to, quite frankly, to have this. I just don't get it. I'm really disappointed that that's the city of Aspen, and that's dead center, at least from my point of view, in the middle of the county. And I've seen what they do with parking out there for special events, and I don't like it. And I'm certainly not anxious to give them authority to. And it doesn't even say, and shall consult with the various constituencies before they do that. So I just, you know, I'm upset about that.
Steve, and Michael's right, he's been asking for, this for a while now, but, and just giving, because I haven't read the whole packet yet for the OTC meeting, and just giving the Cozy Point thing, they have also incorporated in, they're pretty far into their master planning for Cozy Point, but they're also, if you look at this, it also brings in Aspen, Mass, which is joint city-county. It brings in the CDOT parcel, the Mills parcel behind it, and Cozy Point South. And I'm sorry to be doing this to you guys because it's really out of your control, but the county really hasn't weighed in on, really been at the table for these discussions on Cozy Point, but they're bringing in all these parcels that are, Cozy Point is owned by the city, but these other parcels are jointly owned or multiple jointly owned, not just city county. And so maybe that's something I will have to bring up then at this discussion is, yeah. But Michael's point is really well made.
The first order of business for the master plan for the intercept lot is there a possibility of the county, the EOTC, purchasing the lot outright? That's
from CDOT.
From CDOT, and then going forward from that. But the idea of the IGA changing, essentially unilaterally here, the proposal is unilateral. Did we make a suggestion we change the IGA?
Not that
I don't remember. Did Snowmass make a suggestion they change the IGA? Not that I remember. So Snowmass has done it, and so Aspen's done it.
And we're running up against one of the governance challenges, of course, with the EOTC, which is you have 3 boards that are making decisions both collectively and individually. And, I think to George's point, you have staff, none of whom have, necessarily authority over the other, bringing agenda items to the table for that body to consider both together and individually. And I do think maybe a future agendas discussion where we lay it out would address a lot of this. So as the boards, you can have that discussion together and give direction about what items you'd like to see, because it's not clear when it comes from one entity versus all 3 entities where it sits on a priority. And so staff doesn't have a good basis. Each staff is bringing their own kind of issues. And so it's a governance issue, I think, with the OTC. I think the future agenda discussion would go a long way to address it, and making sure that we nail it down as an agreed upon future agenda issue, because we can bring it forward as an idea, and then if the expectations that it's on, we don't really have a mechanism for that right now. Does that make sense? And so that's...
Yeah, the city of Aspen's driving that one item without any consultation. Right? So the future agenda would say, the city of Aspen would like to consider changes in the IGA, and we'd say, well, we can discuss that, and but this is just appears, so that's not a good system.
Right.
Well, I just want to add as an overall, just for me to feel better, is that it's my understanding that we're trying to better relationships with the government, with the electeds. And I think having these discussions will help prevent issues that come up where we're going, where did that come from and who's driving it? So, and I think that will further our efforts to better our relationship with our other elected boards.
Maybe we can do a kind of a sub-area master plan as part of the Cozy Point study, and EOTC could, dedicate some money to that master planning effort for the intercept lot. I mean, I could see that dovetailing with that larger study, possibly, since that's going on now anyway.
You mean the Cozy Point
Master plan.
Master plan.
Yeah, so we could have the sub-area of that would be the intercept lot. And since that master planning process is taking place right now, maybe we could just piggyback on that effort.
Yeah, I'd hate to call it a sub-area. I mean, because I don't want to be, because I think actually in many ways the intercept lot does affect Snowmass, Aspen, and Picken County. So it is a primary concern. And it's primarily a transportation issue out there. And so those are concerns that are almost at the top of those jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. The Cozy Point actually isn't at the top of those concerns. So, I can understand it's important to do, it's important to look at, but it's a substantially different nature. It's about making Cozy Point a better place, but that transportation lot is about making the entire Upper Valley a more workable community. And so that's a different order.
In a proposal I was going to bring to the EOTC this time, and it just wasn't right, was to do a parking and staging study for the Upper Roaring Fork Valley.
Yeah.
Because of the changes at the airport with regard to parking, the changes at Buttermilk, and the changes at the intercept lot. We've got a potential parking issue in the future that we're going to have to face. And currently we're facing a staging problem in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley for commercial, for special event staging, and right now the intercept lot is the default. So
it's actually it's catch as catch can in terms of staging. So there's staging at the animal shelter road. Mm-hmm. I was just there this morning. There's a truck and a trailer parked. They have a very wide shoulder there, so they go there, and then maybe at Buttermilk truck stops, and then so it's very random, and it's just exploiting spaces within the county, and so I think that what you're talking about is making it explicit, where people can stage and where people can park temporarily, mm-hmm. where people can transfer goods and where people can camp overnight. There's all kinds of questions. Mm-hmm. So that's why I don't see it as a sub-issue. I see it as a primary transportation issue.
I guess my point I was trying to make is it's just not about the intercept lot. It's about the whole Upper Roaring Fork Valley. I think you see that, Michael.
I had noted the whole Cozy Point thing also is like, why are we having that at an EOTC? And there are a couple of transportation components to it. One which hasn't been mentioned is the possible equestrian undercrossing of Brush Creek Road shows up on the map. Either a surface path crossing to get from there over to the Sky Mountain Park, or shows an underpass on this drawing. So that's just one other component, and I don't know if there are other transportation components to it too, but perhaps talking about the parking area and how it will be used at Cozy Point Ranch for things happening there would be, potentially an issue that we should know about. But if Austin could focus in on the transportation parts of it more than the whole master plan thing, that we've all seen that presentation already.
Thank you. I'll pass that on.
Yeah, I would see that really shorten and same with the Tough Mudder event, you've got, I know these are sort of just ballpark times, but a half hour, basically they're just looking for an approval for the use of the park and ride. And I'm not expecting, nor do I want to see a whole marketing PR discussion about how great Tough Mudder is for Snowmass or for the community. That's not really under the realm for the EOTC per se, except for the parking. So that's sort of like a 5-minute discussion, I would think. You know, on the update, same thing. You know, buttermilk paving. I know, Brian, that's probably a 5-minute update. Basalt underpass, it's probably a 1-minute update. So I would rather sort of revisit that scheduled timing, allow time with Tom when you do the budget, perhaps to talk to Dan Blankenship and maybe even Markey and see what their thoughts are in terms of, as we're looking at the no fear buses is going to go forward for budgeting purposes and how Base Village is going to may fit into that, and then allow a little time for a quick discussion in terms of interest Aspen. And that probably will tie into at some point the Brush Creek, the intercept lot. So.
So, George, are you asking pretty much for a total revision of the agenda, which?
Well, I mean, this is
I'm
not
just
really.
saying,
I'm just trying to tighten it up.
Okay.
And allow time for what I think are some more pertinent issues for EOTC.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying we have 20. You know, it's like Thursday, so I don't know how much.
Well, if I could, so I think how this could work is, you know, we can communicate with our partners, and again, we don't have authority over the folks, but to say, look, at least from our perspective, you know, some of these updates could be shortened, the requests could be shortened. We're anticipating maybe a more robust discussion. The two issues that I think George has raised, which is the Aspen to Snowmass bus service and entrance to Aspen, really probably fall more into future kind of budgetary discussions. It might be appropriate during that discussion to bring these up to say, hey, right now our budget isn't necessarily anticipating the future needs on this free bus service as Base Village develops out, so we need to schedule a discussion for that. And we haven't identified an entrance to Aspen project, and we have a discussion about that, which may make that, I think we had 15 minutes budgeted for the budget discussion, is that right? So that, I mean, that may expand that to a broader discussion, but I think it's really about getting it on for future agendas. Is that right, George?
Yeah, well, except for maybe the no fear discussion, I think that's a little more timely for Snowmass, because their Planning and Zoning Commission is meeting, looking at the Base Village proposal, and trying to figure out how Base Village is going to address all the impacts, and this will be one impact.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, and I can deliver this message. So, you know, I don't think we'll see changes to this agenda as we see it, but we can notify our neighboring jurisdictions that we may need to adjust the time here. And I think it makes sense, George. I think you've got good points.
I guess the last question I have is, as a board, are we going in with a consensus in terms of what we're going to be looking for in terms of the Grand Avenue Bridge contribution?
Or do we need to wait to have the discussion?
Might be good for you guys to have a little pre-discussion, just to at least stake out positions, and of course remain flexible if new information comes to the table, you know, that you can discuss. But this was partly our recommendation. I believe the city of Aspen also made the same recommendation, that when CDOT came to the county requesting funding participation on the Grand Avenue Bridge project, that we look to EOTC to see if there's any transportation components of that project that could be potentially funded out of that pot versus from our general funds. I think CDOT has gone back and done that work and identified a transit component and has put a request on the table for $335,000. I believe our neighboring jurisdictions, Eagle and Garfield County, have contributed to the, at least made commitments to contribute to the project. And so this was partly our recommendation to point CDOT to this avenue. But I think when the board had that discussion, there's no kind of commitment about what levels would be appropriate or such, but they have been following through with what we requested.
Michael?
Well, at our last meeting, that was the proposal put forth to the EOTC, and I think Aspen and the county were in favor of that. And Snowmass needed more time for consideration. And that's why we're back here at this meeting.
That's exactly right, Michael.
And you don't have a sense in terms of Snowmass, because they were looking at their budget and looking at some other projects they thought they weren't sure of how they were going to be able to.
And I have not had that discussion with my peer. I don't know, Brian, if you've had any indication, or Tom.
It's my understanding it was brought up at their meeting about EOTC, about talking about preparing for this meeting on Thursday. And there were concerns raised, I think, by the mayor about funding it, but I don't know, we're at the end of the day, so I think they've had the discussion, and I think maybe they are moving in a different direction, which would be in support, but I don't know for sure.
Sorry, I don't know.
Because those monies are supposedly being allocated pretty much for rapid to provide enhanced services during the construction time. So
Yeah,
which
exactly.
benefits everybody, I think.
Which then meets the mandate of the EOTC use of funds, is my understanding.
And, you know, Snowmass is not being asked for $335,000. It's being asked for a portion of funds that we have.
Right.
My sense is at the last meeting we had a number of funding requests and the concern, and there was I think a good robust discussion and granting of almost all those funding requests with exception of this one. And I think they wanted time to go back and look about how that might affect the lock boxes and repayment, and when Snowmass may have the 6.2 million, or is it whatever that their lockbox savings account was, when that would be refunded and when they could do a project. And I don't know, Tom, if you have any thoughts on that. I didn't prep you for that at all.
Doesn't make any difference. It gets funded pretty much by 2019, one way or the other.
So. I think that's probably from, it sounds like this board is still pretty unanimously in support of this request. And so what I would focus on is when the availability of the committed funding for Snowmass's project would be made available, and probably the likelihood of almost no impact to their plans.
Well, it would be available now minus some amount of money.
Correct.
So the bulk of it would be available, right? Is that right, Tom? The bulk of their $6.7 million?
They're building to $6,278,000, and at the end of this year should have $5.4 million of that.
Yeah. So I think those are things to focus on the discussion. And I think Snowmass, because they're getting into this phase now, they are anticipating that expenditure may be coming up. They may actually really start planning for it and just want some assurances everyone's still behind that.
How much has previously been spent on planning their transportation center? Wasn't it $8 million there, or something significant? You remember, Tom? It goes back in history.
Don't remember. Let me see if I've got it. It used to be jotted down here.
It was.
The total commitment was $7.5 million,
So
or $7 million. So they've spent some, but not
outrageous.
Millions.
Okay.
No, and that's just been planning effort.
For that layered transportation center.
Right.
Tiered.
Okay, well, it looks like we have a lot to look forward to at
Are they feeding
EOTC,
you?
and I'm glad I'm not chairing at this moment. That's what we do.
Well, thank you.
They're not even above tasters anymore like they used to be. I'll bring snacks.
Okay, next up, we have a citizen board interview for the Citizen Grant Review Committee. And Anna Patterson, if you could come up to the table, and Mitzi can provide moral support for you. So Anna, welcome to our Board of County Commissioners meeting. We always interview applicants for the different citizen advisory boards, including this one. And so it gives us a chance to ask you questions about your position on different things, and things like why you would want to be on this board and whatnot, and also a chance for you to ask us questions about if you have anything that you want to know more about. So I'll start off the questions for you, just asking, you know, how did you become interested in serving on the Citizen Grant Committee?
Okay, well, my mom had actually heard about this committee from a friend, and when I heard about it, I became interested because I've recently wanted to become more sort of involved in my community and knowing what's going on, so it seemed like this was a good opportunity for me to start, since it's something that I could try out and help me get more involved.
Mm-hmm. Did you know the two girls from Aspen High School who were on the board the previous 2 years? And then they have both graduated now.
I'm not sure.
I don't recall them.
We had Julia Hrabowski and Isabel Wolfer.
Oh yeah, I know Isabel.
Yeah, they were on, and they both served for 2 years, junior and senior year.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, first I want to thank you. This is great. We love having young participation in our volunteer committees, and many, many years ago I was really pushing hard to get more youth involved in our committees. We had somebody who sat on the core board for a while, and then the Citizens Grant was perfect because of the time frame. And it's my understanding it should not significantly impact your ski race training, so we should be good there.
Yeah.
And you are going to be a junior?
Yes.
So we would love it. We love it when we have our youth participants for 2 years. And it's great to put on your applications for college. And in turn, it's also great to solicit letters for applications for college from those you've worked with, including the Board of County Commissioners. So I don't have any questions. I'm just really excited that you're here, and I welcome you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
George?
Well, I guess for me, more importantly, is the role that you would play, because you're going to be responsible as part of this committee for determining how to spread out, how much?
Around $2 million
Around
every
$2
year.
million
Yeah.
to a wide variety of nonprofits. It's close to 100 nonprofits, which is a big responsibility. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. Well, I'm interested. I mean, I know that I won't have as large of a part as the older members, but more
Mature.
less mature and experienced with everything. But I'm interested in sort of observing and understanding how they deal with it, and hopefully I can be at least a small part of doing that.
Well, and I should say that what's really valuable is your perspective on agencies that you might already know, family and youth serving agencies that you might have seen at school or others are volunteering for, or even you. You know, there's everyone looks to you for information about those places, you know, like Youth Zone and people like that.
Yeah.
So, buddy program.
Yeah, it is important, and that's why you don't just have one person on the Citizens Review Committee. You have a group of people, because each person has a different perspective. And yours would be a unique perspective in being a high school student. You're going to see things differently than the older people who've done this for several years, who have kids out of high school already, some of them. So your perspective, don't downplay it at all, because yours is an important perspective too.
And actually, you have the same position on that board. I mean, you don't have a half a vote, you have a vote. And your vote can make a difference.
Yeah.
Next, we're putting her on as a judge for the elections when she's 18 and able to vote. That's really fun.
So do you have any questions for us about what you would be doing or anything like that?
Not sure that I do just yet.
It's very new,
But,
as
yes.
in you haven't even seen what you'll
Yep.
be reading
And,
yet.
and you know that it's
Yeah.
a concentrated effort
Right.
in a short period of time where you have a thick packet of
It's up to read.
applications to read through. So it's a, you know, a time commitment for you.
And Mitzi's
it's
always
near the
available.
beginning of the school year, but then you make your decisions and then you're all done for the year, basically.
Yeah, what's really neat is we're done on September 17th,
Yeah.
virtually. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's just kind of eats up August a little bit. But we'll work together. It'll be no problem.
Yeah.
Right. And so it takes us a day or so to discuss our appointments, and then staff will be letting you know.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
We're really
Thank you very
excited.
much for applying. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Anna.
Okay, moving on to open discussion. John?
Yeah, give me just a second.
I always get a little nervous going in. She's a doll.
Actually, it's not showing up, I think, on the online, but I did ask Cindy to come in and provide the board an update on a climate change brochure that we've been working on cooperatively, and I think is going to be going live soon. Are you ready, Cindy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had copies in a pocket and I can't read them. Hi, Cindy Hubin with Community Development. And I'm on a series of small committees that just sort of form out of a need. And climate change is something that the board addressed at your retreat. Auden Schindler has since gotten together with Ashley Pearl from the city of Aspen, Auden's with a ski company, and also Chris Lane with ACES. And we sat down and started talking about, well, what could we really do to help make a difference? And there's been a lot of discussion that the people who come to Aspen have a great influence across the country. And we should try to capture that while people are here. So the thought came up about a climate change trifold, one piece of paper, and I'm sorry, they're stuck in my coat in a pocket. But the idea is to have a flyer that basically the bottom line is saying that you come to Aspen, you enjoy Aspen, and look, here's something that's going on. We have 30, almost a month more frost-free days here in Aspen since I think 1980. And so this environment, your ski environment, your recreational environment is changing. And Colorado as a whole is changing as a very clear example of, you know, an activity that we're all used to and love just because of some changes in the climate. So what we've decided is a clear and a very concise flyer would help, and we would put this anywhere anyone would let us, but the idea was to hopefully have them in some hotel rooms, and there'd be a swipe card for your phone. You just swipe, and the phone numbers and addresses of your state senators would come up, people who might have influence would come up, and just a message that you could send that would say, hey, I'm spending money in the state of Colorado, love it, please try to do something about climate change. And what we also go ahead and say is that both Aspen and Pitkin County, you know, have been leaders in trying to make a difference in climate change, and it goes through a number of the things that have come about through the various organizations of ACES, Pitkin County, the city of Aspen, and the skiing company. And the main one for the Pitkin County is that we implemented one of the first carbon fees in the United States, which is the REMP, to try to offset some of the the climate change types of issues that are happening. So just some ideas for people that are listed and what we're doing, and it's still in draft form, but I wanted to let you know that we're working on it, and we hope that it's consistent with what you've already said in your retreat that you wanted to work on. And so little by little, I'm sure various staff members are all working on various angles of the climate change issue. So we just wanted to let you know that we're working on that. So if you don't have any objections to me continuing to work on that and try to get this word out, I'll move forward.
It's a great place to start.
George?
So, 2 questions. One is, when would you hope to have this out to the public? And 2 is, how will it be funded?
Good question. I think that there's going to be very little funding involved, but we hope to get it out to the public by just reaching out. We started by running it by a couple of the hotel folks in town and what they might say. We've gotten some comments back and forth on whether or not they'd like to put it in their hotel and whether or not they think it's an appropriate message for their guests. So we're still working on some of that. It's not as easy as you might think. We've also just now started our outreach kind of plan, putting that together. Where should we try to put this? You know, some of the stores. Should we have it on the bus as an advertisement, you know, part of it? How should we get that word out? There's a lot of nice little vignettes of information here and ways to help you get involved. So we're still working on the outreach, but before we got too far, I wanted to come to you guys. And
I mean, I think it's a great idea, and I would think that perhaps you'd want to make a presentation to ACRA to see whether you can get the business community involved, retail, as well as the lodges, as well as condominium associations, because if we want to do this, we want to really get it distributed thoroughly, even out in Snowmass as well.
Right, and we have certain
And so that goes back to funding, because if you really want to do this effectively, you could have thousands and thousands of brochures you need to be printed up, and so there's an expense, and hopefully you would share that expense with these entities.
Right, I'm sure it would be split with all the entities if it came to that, and I might come back to you for a request on that. Thank you.
Thanks,
And
thanks,
when we
Amy.
get it all finalized, I'll give you a call. Oh, I'm
Michael?
sorry, Michael.
You know, what I'd like to see though is when you make an assertion like 23 less frost days or whatever, that there's a reference to
Right.
the source for that information is somewhere there, so people can confirm that.
Right.
But it's not anecdotal, you know. That
Correct.
It's fact-based.
Right. We're definitely not just making random.
No, I wouldn't
thoughts.
expect that you would, but you need to follow through on where the source of those facts are.
Could be long-term meteorological records of the Aspen Water Department might be where that figure comes from.
Actually, yeah, maybe ultimately, but
Or
it did
something,
come out of the latest climate change report, 2014 climate change report that we had done, and the city championed.
And also, I notice you have all pictures of snowy scenes, but perhaps think of having a scene with lack of snow on there as to show what
Somebody with their skis.
could happen.
Straw
That this is
pile
what
and
it
stuff.
could end up looking like more often than the snowy scene is one possible outcome.
Maybe one side would be snow and the other side.
Yeah.
When you're talking frost-free days, this is just for future information, if you could help me out with this, I would like to find out what we have as far as in our short growing season, what kind of below 40-degree times we have, because my tomatoes and most things that people are trying to grow for sustainability in the Upper Valley have that 40-degree issue. And that would just be something, and I don't know if somebody
When
from the
it's
city knows,
below
if somebody has those records that would show below 40 degrees, because that's
Actually, I
not a
think we
number.
do have those records, because below 40 degrees, it was an indicator for the bark beetle
Yeah,
as
so
well.
So if you
How
could
they
flip that, if you just have that, that would be of interest to me when people are asking me about what they could grow for sustainable agriculture. Thanks, Cindy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for doing that.
And we'll put those on there, Michael, make sure that it says where our source is.
That's a great idea.
Okay. Any further discussion items?
Yeah, Steve, we have not had any other applicants right now for the youth vacancy for the interview you just did. I don't know if the board would be prepared to talk about that now, or if you want to take some time to process it and bring it back at a future meeting.
You mean the approval or not approval of that?
Directing us, directing us to prepare a resolution of appointment.
I would approve her.
I would definitely, she's a very poised young woman, and I think it'd be a great asset for us.
It would be wonderful if we could duplicate what we had the last 2 years, having 2 high schoolers involved.
I think Mitzi's working on that, actually.
Where have one be the alternate 1 year and one be the alternate the next year.
I see Mitzi raising her hand
Yeah,
in the
Mitzi.
back.
I'm working on it. We have a young man who has some real challenges with the application, which we don't quite understand, but I'm working on it.
Okay.
And I just heard there's 2 other potentials from the Patterson family. They just told me.
Oh.
So if Zach doesn't work out, they
Make it a
have to
family
wait,
affair.
I think before mid-August,
Great.
if that would be okay with the board to come to you with another youth candidate, I'm gonna plan it.
Because we have the ability to have 2, correct?
Yes.
On the board at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
one's an alternate and one's a regular member.
That'd be great.
And the thing is, it's good for them, the camaraderie and the sharing.
Oh, yeah.
Feels good to them on the board too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take that as direction to prepare that resolution, and hopefully we'll see another interview here pretty soon. And that's all I have.
I don't have anything.
Let's see, there was something, it's more of an announcement, but the Mustang bus service just started yesterday, operating from Glenwood Springs to Denver and then north to Fort Collins, actually. You can go a long way in the state. And the schedule I saw leaves the 27th Street station at 7:05 a.m. And I don't know how long it takes to get, when you get to Denver, but it's a $28 cost to one way to get to Denver.
And then you can catch something to the airport from there, right?
Well, it goes to the Union Station in downtown Denver, and then there's bus service all the time back and forth
To
from there
DIA.
To DIA, and eventually they'll have the light rail going to DIA from Union Station also. I think that's probably getting fairly close to being on track to having that. So it gives one more option, and a fairly inexpensive one for getting around the state, and maybe not the most convenient selection of departure times right now, but
Plan ahead, it
it's a
might work.
start. Okay, we have a break planned. Before we move on now, what's the board's, I think we pretty much have everybody here for our next discussion. If we wanted to proceed with that and take our break afterwards, would all of you like to do that?
If staff's here, I'd rather move ahead.
So that way they can get on with their day a little sooner.
We just go home and party.
Party for lunch, party after
We
the
have to.
meeting.
You know. We wish we could. Yes. Okay.
So the next discussion is on adult and family service update on child welfare.
Afternoon.
Kim, if you'll introduce yourself for the television
Certainly.
audience.
My name is Kim Dubois, and I'm the Adult Family Services Manager for Pitkin and Western Eagle Human Services. And I have with me today Matt McGowan. He's going to introduce himself, but I just wanted to share that I had to say this. He's been an employee, this is a plug for DU, School of Social Work, Graduate School of Social Work. He has been employed with us for a year, and over the course of that year, through his internship with DU, the Master of Social Work program in our community, he has actually helped us implement several of the things that we're going to be talking about today. So just want to make a plug for students and that learning organization piece that they bring to us, and new information, and a lot of hard work too. So I'll let you finish.
Thank you. Like Kim said, my name is Matt McGaw. I'm a caseworker in child welfare with Picken County. Prior to working in Picken County, I worked in Garfield County for 9 years. And so happy to be here, happy to be done with school. Grateful to Picken County.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So you all, I think, or we signed up to present information regarding trends and themes in terms of child welfare over the past 5 years. And we won't be including adult protection in this discussion, even though that is part of our part of the services that we provide. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. But our focus today will be on child welfare. And in the agenda item summary, we presented 3 trends that we've identified, and I can go into those deeper. But the first trend was an increase in referrals, and the second trend was more practice changes for us, which requires deeper, more involved work with families, which is a really good thing. And then the third thing is because of the practice changes that are happening across the state, we are now held to a higher level of accountability in terms of making, in terms of our data and the information that we're able to provide, or they're able to provide to us regarding the work that we're doing, to see that we're following these measures. So I'm going to go into each piece a little deeper, and I thought we would take some time to do that, and then questions afterwards, or questions during. I don't know how you would prefer to do that. So I'll just start. The biggest trend, I guess, in terms of just volume is the increase in referrals. When I started in 2008, I think we had 65 referrals that year, and the prior years there were 50 on an annual basis. As you can see in the numbers, Picken County, we now have an average, I would say, of 130 to 40 referrals a year. This most recent year, we had 146 referrals. And now including our service delivery area expansion, which happened in 2012 with Western Eagle, we have on average about 100 additional referrals a year. And so total, from 65 to 248, or 254, I'm sorry, from 2009 to current. We've expanded staff to address those increased referrals, and Eagle County is paying for about approximately 2.5 staff positions so that we can do the work here for them.
So Kim, I don't think the population has grown in relationship to this increased demand. So
Right.
is it just because
Excuse me.
you're doing a better outreach, to let people know that these services are available, and more are taking, making themselves accessible to those services?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things happening. There definitely hasn't been the same increase in population, as you said, but I think that we are trying to provide more of a community-based approach to our work, and I think that the practices that we'll be talking about are definitely more user-friendly for our work with families. Back in the day in child welfare, and this was 20 years ago, people were just coming in. It was kind of like law enforcement. Nothing against law enforcement. They have their roles and responsibilities, but people were coming into homes, removing kids, putting them in foster care, and that was the first line of intervention. What's happened is that over the years they realized that there are a lot of impacts when you handle things that way, and so the family is the central unit, I guess, that we want to work with to improve the situation. Removal doesn't do that. So anyway, so that's, the practices have all followed with that, and so our work is much more, I would say, complex and deep and thorough at the front end, so that we aren't just going in and making these kind of brass decisions, I guess. if you will, in terms of kids and families and our work with them.
I think,
Did you want to add
yeah, I
something?
just wanted to add also, I think there's been an increased awareness of the impact of domestic violence on children. And so law enforcement has, the increase of those types of reports from law enforcement has gone way up. And so I think that also has been an impact.
Yeah, that's probably a huge impact, I guess, in the last 5 years here in our community. Another?
What has been the growth of population growth in this part of Eagle County? Has that gone up in the last, over these, Eagle County came in 2013? We started handling cases over here, because I know the numbers switched then. So has there been a stable population in this part of Eagle County? It seems to me it's grown.
I think it's, I don't have the information here today, but I can get that. But I would say the population has definitely grown.
In that section
In
of
that
Eagle
section,
County.
yes. But I would say that the referrals have remained pretty stable.
Yeah, I was noticing that. I think, so that was
yeah.
interesting. It's actually gone down in Western Eagle,
Right.
even though they haven't
Right,
increased. And I think a
right.
lot of that is attributed to the amazing efforts that you guys have all done, and especially the outreach, public education, and the different feeling of bringing your services into the home.
Yeah.
It's not the scary feeling, it's the thank you for helping me feeling.
Right, right. And thank you for saying that.
I think that's really
appreciate that.
important.
And I think that people are recognizing that by people, I mean, families, community. We're just trying to really we have shifted our approach over the last 5 years, and I think that we want to support people. We don't want to, like I said, our role isn't to punish or, you know, a law enforcement focus or whatever. It's, we're not in the business of criminals, we're in the business of helping support families.
But I think it should also be noted that if and when, if it's needed for the protection of the children in the
Yes.
home, then those steps are taken prior
Absolutely.
to the long length. But I think you guys are being very careful to evaluate, do we need to jump in now, or do we need to take this slower, more long-term,
Right.
healthy approach
Right.
to salvage and save that family unit as a whole? And I think that's really important for people to know, that if and when, if it's needed, that we will respond in the right direction. And but the overall thing is for the benefit of the family as a whole.
I'm really glad that's a great summary, because I think that you know, all of the work that we're doing is to support families, and I think that when you approach all of the practices that we're going to talk about today, really slow down our process. I think that a lot of times people think that we're in the work of a lot of crisis intervention all the time, and really we're not first responders. We are going in and working with folks and trying to assess the situation. And so you'll see Matt's going to talk a little bit about the practices, but every element of all these practices is to slow down, to have structured decision making, to include other people in the decision-making process, so that it's not just a singular, let's go out there and do this. Just as an example, when I first started, there was myself, and we had one caseworker. And we would get the phone calls, and, oh, what do we think we need to do? You know, we would be making these decisions kind of in a vacuum. And while I think we still made good decisions, it definitely helps to slow the decision-making process down and to have a group process to address those situations. And the group, I don't mean just caseworkers and our team, I mean family groups, community partner groups, and all of those. So anyway, and I'll let Matt talk a little bit about the practices that we have outlined. Did you have any more questions about the trends in terms of the referrals?
I was curious if you've noticed any correlation between the general state of the economy and the number of referrals. Like if we have a better economy where the parents are better jobs or more, more full-time employed, does that correlate into fewer child welfare cases or not?
We haven't seen that. Now, I will say when we had the downturn in, 2009, I think that's when we started to see a bump in the referrals. in Picken County. I think there are a lot of issues with domestic violence, substance abuse, and maybe related to unemployment or more stress on the family system and that kind of thing. But even as things start to improve economically, we are still seeing the increase in referrals. So I don't know exactly what that's related to, but you're right, at that point, we did notice that.
You did notice a spike right there.
Steve, I think what too we're seeing is that the recessional recovery for people with this level of economics, the lower level of economics, middle class or low, that recessional recovery is slower to come about. The hit was harder, and I think the recovery will happen, but I think it's taking a little longer. So I think I'm hoping that we'll see those numbers decreasing in the forthcoming years when people are actually feeling in their homes some sense of recovery, recessional recovery.
That makes sense. Do you want to talk a little bit about the practices?
Yeah. So the state has really emphasized family engagement with the child welfare families that we work with. And so what they've done is they've gone around and trained the different counties in some solution-focused family engagement practices. And so when I worked in Garfield County, we were one of the 5 pilot counties that started what they call differential response. I think there's around 30 other states. I could be off on that a little bit. No, states. Yeah. That it's actually nationwide, that other states have implemented some version of what they call differential response. And so I don't know if you have the handouts in front of you, but it's the sheet that has kind of the colored organizational processes. And so I was just going to kind of explain what that is, because right now Picken County is in the process of seeking approval from the state to implement differential response here. And so that was part of the internship that I had, was trying to help Picken County implement this here. And so with differential response, there's 6 main components to that. And so I'll just kind of go through each one of them briefly, and just let me know if you have questions.
Matt, can you start by explaining that the traditional response is high risk, and that this is different from that?
Sure. So the end result of Picken County implementing differential response will mean that we'll have a dual track system. So there's been a traditional approach, which we still use here in Picken County, that is an assessment, kind of like an investigation style, once we receive a report of child abuse or neglect. And so with that, we're tasked to make findings of abuse or neglect on each assessment that we do with families. We're tasked to interview children outside of the presence of their parents. A lot of times that happens at schools. And it puts up a barrier. That traditional style isn't very engaging. And so what this allows is a dual track system, that the idea is to have a response that for the low to moderate risk types of reports that we get, that we can respond in a way that's more engaging for the family. So instead of maybe going to interview a child before talking to a parent, we can call the family up and let them know, we received a report, we'd like to go talk to them about that, and then really just try to, instead of making a finding of abuse or neglect, we just assess for safety and try to offer preventative services. And the state has put a lot of money into counties to allow us to provide services to family much more timely. Instead of being reactive, it's more of a preventative approach. And so differential response has these different components to help us do that and help us get better information. It helps put the family kind of at the forefront of decision making and planning, as long as we can make sure there's child safety and we can support families with their plans. And so the first component of this is called enhanced screening. And so the people that are taking the phone calls, that take the reports that we get, are trained on how to get more in-depth information. And so obviously we're going to want to know what child welfare concerns there are. Usually when people call, they're ready to tell you a lot about that. But another part of this is to understand, to help us balance it out, is to understand the family's strengths and protective factors. So there's a lot of questions in that initial stage to try to really get a comprehensive report. And so that's one of the first components of differential response. Another part, or the next part of that is, it's called Red Team. And so that red team stands for review, evaluate, and direct. And so what that is it's a team of people that meets each morning to review any new reports that we've received. That includes supervisors, caseworkers, our screener that takes the reports, and sometimes we invite our community partners into that process as well. And so what we do in Red Team is, as a team, we review the report. And we utilize a framework that helps us kind of break down the information to help us clarify what is the danger to the child. What are we worried about? What are complicating factors? And then on the other side, we balance that out with, okay, what are some of the family strengths? Maybe there's a relative or like a grandmother in the area that's provided support in the past, so we want to know that. We want to document any cultural considerations to really have a thoughtful process when we decide whether or not we're going to respond to a report. Because, you know, Kim mentioned the numbers with the amount of referrals that are received, and I don't know exactly where we're at, but I know that the state average is close to 50% as far as the response goes. So we may receive 250 reports between the two counties and respond to half of those. Another good part about Red Team is if we do screen something out, the state has allowed us to still contact families and offer services in that preventative style approach, so that, you know, they have no obligation to meet with us or anything like that, but we can offer services even if we screen something out. And so during Red Team, we make decisions about whether or not we should respond, what is the type of allegation, and what our response time would be. And once we get approved for differential response, we'll get to choose what track that'll go down. So we can do that high risk kind of traditional assessment that we're doing right now, or for ones that are more low to moderate risk, we can have the family assessment response. And they have FAR as the acronym for that. And so during that, there's just that decision-making process as a group so we can decide the best way to respond to families. The next component I'll talk about is called group supervision. It's a pretty simple idea where caseworkers are able to bring challenging cases or at certain decision-making points within a case. Like if we're deciding whether or not we should take a family to court because there's a concern that's not being mitigated, or if there needs to be an out-of-home placement, we can, as a caseworker, I can go with my peers and a supervisor and use that similar framework to kind of break down the information, go through it, and have a thoughtful process that's utilizing the other people in the room to help us make decisions on what to do. And so that's another thing that I think we started group supervision at the end of 2014. So we're really starting to refine that process, and I really feel like the caseworkers are getting a lot out of that. The next component is a big one, and this is for major decision-making with families. We have a trained facilitator that can facilitate family meetings, and again, that's to really position the family to have them address, or let us know how they can address any safety concerns for their children. We feel like families know their families best, and that they should really be in charge of decision-making unless they can't mitigate safety concerns. And so that gives us an opportunity to be really clear with families and, you know, develop plans as a team. So this would include family, extended family, neighbors, friends. It could be a therapist that's involved with one of the parents or with the family that can be a part of this team. And we have these meetings at certain decision-making points. Again, to really let the family lead that decision-making and planning. You know, with the facilitator it's designed to be a neutral person, so it's not someone that has any stake in the case. It's someone that's trying to facilitate a process, and hopefully the team would come to consensus. It doesn't always work that way, and if the team can't come to consensus, then at least everyone in the group kind of knows where everyone stands and why. And so a lot of these are used a lot of times for court cases or for the out-of-home placement cases. The next component is front-loaded services. So this is a way to engage our community partners. You know, we have a variety of contracts with different service providers in the community, and it's a way to engage them. So they're working with us so they can provide services to families in a timely and an appropriate manner. So that we're providing services that families need, and it doesn't take 3 weeks to set someone up with a counselor. A lot of times we're working with families in crisis, and being able to provide those services in a timely manner is crucial. And so in May, we just had a meeting with all of our contracted providers in the community to talk about how to streamline that process. And I thought it was a very effective meeting, and it increased our communication with the people that we're contracting with, and really feel like it's helping the families in Pickens County. And so the last part of this is support planning. So a lot of times what happens when we have a child welfare assessment is we have 30 to 60 days to determine whether or not there's a safety concern for a child or try to offer services to families. A lot of times families don't want child welfare in their life. Pretty typical response. And a lot of families, if we don't have a concern to have an intervention or anything like that, we just close it out. And what we've seen is that often some of those will come back. A lot of recidivism. And so what the idea with this is the state would like us to, every time we close an assessment, most every time we close an assessment, or even an ongoing case, we would sit down with the family and come up with what their support plan is. And so they identify, like, if they need help with something, who they can call. If they feel like they may need some type of service a few months down the road that could be helpful for their family, we'll give them our contact information so they can call us. And so, that just kind of gives the family a plan in hopes that they would use that so we don't get another report. And so those 6 components I described are what Pickens County has been trying to implement. And we just had a visit from the state, and as far as I was concerned, they were pretty impressed where we're at right now. And we're hoping to have our evaluation soon so that we can implement differential response, because there's that change in legislature where we're able to respond with that dual track system. And so we're hoping in August that we'll be able to have that response for the families here.
And just to let you know, we've implemented all of the components Matt just talked about already. We're just refining them, and then the last piece would be to approve us to have this other approach to families. Ultimately, that's what we're shooting for, so the family assessment response. Any questions about that?
Oh, well done.
I'll just say one thing about it too. I mean, we were a pilot county in Garfield County, and the research shows that families are getting more services, that children aren't any less safe, that both caseworkers and the families feel more satisfaction with the whole process. And so they're really finding good results from the research. It's an evidence-based practice that's kind of moving across the country.
Good. I know when the differential response was being talked about at the state even before the first few states counties were picked for the pilot program. We were talking about that at Colorado County's meeting, so I'm glad to see the whole concept progressing and spreading throughout the state.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that our county's doing it.
Yeah, good. We are too. It's so much better for all of us, I think, for mostly the families that we serve. And just in terms of the pilot counties, I think it was 6 years ago that they started the first 5 pilot counties, and now they've expanded to almost 40, I think.
Yeah, I think with this latest round,
Yeah.
there's either at some level of implementation.
Yeah, so it is spreading in a good way. So, and then just some of the other practices that really, I think, tie into this overall idea that we've been talking about in terms of our response to family. Of course, we had the hotline implementation in January. That was statewide, but we have a local hotline screener. 4E waiver, that really helps support us in terms of the family engagement facilitator. We've talked about that in previous meetings in terms of the supplemental requests that we've made, some grant funding that we've received to implement that. And then the other piece that's been really important over the last couple of years, I think, is the workload study, and really just looking at workforce wellness and retention for caseworkers and anybody involved in child welfare and or adult protection, because it's it can be challenging at times, and so we really, the turnover rate historically has been about 18 months, and that's costly in many respects, and so we've been lucky in Pickens County. I think we've had very little turnover over the past 3 years, I think it is. And then the prevention and support services Matt mentioned in terms of differential response, again, it ties into that, but what they've done at the state is the funding that comes down for something that they call core services. They have offered a lot of latitude in how we use that funding. It was primarily just families that had an open case and that kind of thing. Now we can use that support for prevention services. The last I'll go in a little more depth about the prevention services, because in the last attachment that we have, basically we just tried to provide a continuum of prevention, intervention, treatment, aftercare, and it loops around sometimes. But some of the programs that we've talked about previously, like the Colorado Community Response, which the schools are working with us on to provide some prevention services in the school systems, but we're the fiscal agent for, and different other programs we have available now. The final piece of this, and this is always really important, I think, to know that what we're doing really is making a difference, and the state of Colorado certainly wants to know that it's making a difference, and this is some information that you received, I think, a month or so ago from the state saying, we're going to send you these Colorado statistical reports on anything human services. And part of those reports include some target areas for child welfare and adult protection. In terms of child welfare, I'm really proud to say that our county, I think with one month that we were lower, but we've had 100% rate for the timeliness of response, and also our I'm sorry, I'm just like our timeliness and our timeliness of face-to-face contact with the family, the timeliness of closure of the assessment. Sorry. So we're very proud of that. What they have done, though, since the smaller counties, sometimes one number can change things significantly. And so they've clumped all of the smaller counties together to come up with a small county statistic, and we have been over that for several months now. So the clump together and our own.
Steve, so you're talking about the CSTAT, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Which, when I first received it, I thought I was taking a college entrance
yes.
exam.
I feel like that too when I read
what
them.
the heck is this? So I think we discussed this previously. Mm-hmm. When this comes to the board on a regular, it's quarterly. Is it quarterly that we get it?
Monthly.
It's monthly.
We get them monthly, yeah.
I haven't seen one lately.
You'll probably get the one for June.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're waiting for June.
July. We've only received May.
Right.
So we're going to come to the Board of Social Services in August and talk about the whole report. But because we're a small county, and because, as Kim said, our ends, the number is so small, often one case can throw us out of compliance. So we really look more at a 3 to 5 year trend than looking sort of month to month. So
But when we have our joint meeting,
we'll talk about that.
So we understand it when it comes by email to us, so we know what we're, okay, perfect,
There's
that's all.
also a Board of County Commissioner training that I think was archived, and I don't know if you guys saw that CCI sent it out, and I'm happy to send it again.
Yeah, that would, because it was, caught me off guard.
Sure, yeah.
Sometimes it catches us.
You put me back on guard again.
So, and I think the CSTAT report on the last couple pages, they and I like this because I think it shows the why of why they're trying to get these statistics. So, for instance, just the timeliness of initial response to new reports. Oh, not in the child welfare piece. I'm sorry, timeliness of initial response to abuse and neglect assessments. Why this matters: timely initial response to abuse and neglect assessments improves child safety and reduces the potential for further abuse. And then they kind of go over a few other factors, but the last couple of pages I like that because it really shows the meaning attached to the data that we're trying to look at. It's not just about dotting I's and crossing T's. There really is a reason that we need to be thoughtful about the information. So.
I didn't mention the response times. When we have a red team, we can do an immediate response based on a safety or risk concern, a 3-day response, or a 5 working day response. So we also make that decision at red team on how soon we should respond.
Do you get, I was just reading that regarding the hotline, statewide child abuse hotline was rolled out locally and statewide in January 2015. And I remember when that was originally proposed, we had some concerns about that in terms of being able to respond quickly enough. But are you receiving calls off of that hotline, and are they coming in a timely manner?
Yeah, so I think that they did hear those concerns. I remember when you and we were in Glenwood Springs, I think, and they were initially talking about this 3 or 4 years ago. And since then, they've done a lot of work. And what they have allowed counties is to have a local response, and then the hotline will pick it up if we can't pick it up, but we are pretty good about getting the call initially. And so we have that local response to the hotline. If we were ever in a situation, though, where the phones went out or something, we could call them and they could get those phone calls. But we've decided, you can decide locally what you want to do. We decided that we wanted to have our own screener locally.
Okay, so that's the first call to action is local. If for some reason you're unable to pick that up, it rolls right over to the state.
Yes, yes, yeah. So, and actually so far so good. I think it's been an interesting 6 months, and I think it's working. But I think part of the reason that it's working is we have adapted locally to the state system, and I think that fortunately we are able to do that in this community. So, does anybody have any questions regarding any of the information we've shared, or thoughts or concerns, or?
Just a observation, and I get many opportunities during the year, both at our meetings here and CCI meetings in Denver, to look at different statistics and hear the different concepts. But what always strikes me is every one of them, the bottom line is it's for helping people, and you can see it jumping out of the numbers on the pages that this is real people that we are helping by having these programs, and that's what's really, really important, and that makes it all worthwhile.
Well, and I think the one thing that's been so nice to hear at different points in time, we've had people who have come into our child welfare system here locally, and in the beginning they say, we can't stand you, we wish we had never met you, not very happy about our involvement. And it's really nice when they come around, even sometimes a few years later, and say, wow, that made a whole difference in our family's life, and we are so glad that you were involved. And that's, I think, the icing on the cake when we hear that, because we know that there has been impact, and that's really why we're here to do that, or to do this work so that we can have impact. So, thanks for saying that.
Okay.
I just can't wait for the CSAT training.
That's going to be really fun.
Sitting on the edge of her seat.
I just can't wait.
There's no way to make that fun.
So when it comes and I don't totally freak out. Oh my God. Yeah, that'll be great.
And they use red and green, so when you get it in color, it's like,
yeah.
Okay. Red's bad. Do they have yellow too?
Oh, no, that's the scorecard.
Oh, they do? Okay. Anyway, well,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
thanks very
Appreciate
much,
your
thanks for
time.
coming. Thanks for coming, Matt.
So we've got a pretty good gap of time, and unfortunately, your next meeting is
Joint.
a joint meeting. Well, not unfortunately, it's a good thing. It's just that we're running early, so I may suggest you take a longer break until
Yeah,
3:30
let's,
since we
I
have
mean, we're
votes.
scheduled for 3:30, so if we all get here at 3:25, then we'll have to probably adjust seats and whatnot somewhat.
Okay, great.
All right. Okay, welcome back to our Pickens County Commissioners work session on July 14th. We are meeting now with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we have 4 of their members as well as 4 of our members here today. And we're having a discussion about some very important topics about future things for us to consider in land use considerations. And Cindy Hooven will lead us in this discussion right now.
Yeah, initially I'll turn this over to Mary, the chair of our Planning and Zoning Commission, but just say a few words. That the P&Z's really worked hard over the last year and a half to take a look at the bones of the land use code. And the bones of the land use code in Pickens County have to do with growth management, have to do with the resulting exemption of TDRs, of obviously zoning, and the build-out potential that zoning has, the dimensional standards in the land use code for zoning, as well as, you know, the visual considerations. So the P&Z's done a lot of work that you'll be able to tell either from the memo that you've had or hopefully from some of the slides we'll show you today. And you just hopefully received a copy of our slides that we'll show you today. So you can go through those in conjunction with the memo and the information you've had before the meeting. But Meredith's going to start off with a little bit of an introduction before we get going on the slides. But the first slide, Ellen, is the introduction.
I don't know if we want to hit the lights or...
Can you see this? Without, okay.
It's better this way, yeah.
Okay.
Better, much better. I couldn't see that.
Well, first of all, hello, and we're so happy to have some time with you this afternoon. It's been quite a while since our boards have had a chance to really get together and have a discussion and have a good conversation about where are we heading in terms of land use code, what's working, what isn't. I just want to make sure for a second, Patty, I don't know if we've all had a meeting with you, so
No,
that
this
you
is the first.
know all of us.
Well, I know everyone just because I've met everyone.
Okay, great. Okay, good. We can get going.
But this is the first joint meeting that I've been privy to, so I'm glad to be here and I'm glad that you are all here. Thank
Great.
you.
Well, so are we, and thanks for taking the time. And we hope that today can really be a conversation. I'd really like to commend staff for an extensive amount of work. Every meeting they come back with more information, and I would say all of us absorb it and say, and we are eager for more. What does this mean? Can you delve into this in a little bit more detail? And as a result, I really thank all of you for the leadership and the detail that you provided with us in order to give an overview of where are we today with regards to GMQS and TDRs. And I think this really came about as the master plans are coming due to be revised and looking to see is the land use code aligned with what the different caucuses and what the master plans are actually calling for. And furthermore, as we are going through GMQS scoring, we tend to have extensive conversations such as, is GMQS still working? Why are we scoring? Is this score, what is this scoring serving? What purpose? And so that kind of led us into some conversations of what is the effectiveness of TDRs now today, and where is the GMQS process? Where has it brought us, and where is it taking us as we move forward? So with that, we'd love to review some of the data and themes that we've delved into along this journey so that you kind of can see our train of thought and what the questions we were trying to answer. Have an extensive discussion with you to make sure that we're aligned. You know, we're charged with overseeing master plans and working with staff to execute them, but we want to make sure that what we're working on is what you want us to be working on, and that where our values are aligned with yours, such that we can move forward efficiently and in a synergistic manner. So we'd love to come, away today with some very clear direction from you. Is the direction we're headed where you want us to be heading? And are we on the right track? And should we continue with these efforts of refinement? So with that,
maybe hit the lights.
We'll get into some details.
Thank you.
Hit the lights. But before we get started, I want to really thank Ellen and Kara for helping pull this presentation together today. I'm not sure I can read this without the lights, but we will.
There's a backlight.
No, that's okay. I can read the screen. So I want to thank these guys for pulling together a nice presentation that hopefully summarizes in a very brief format. Trent, thank you for joining us. And we are going to just go through what we've been doing over the last year and a half very quickly so that we can save most of the time for your discussion about these very meaty topics. We understand that you haven't, Joe made it. Yay.
Does he want to come front and center? We have an extra seat up here.
Come up, please.
I don't want anybody looking at me.
I was hoping you'd sit over here in the big chair, Joe.
So these are definitely topics that you have to go into a lot of detail to understand. We don't expect that the board has had the same amount of time that the P&Z has had to put towards researching these. So there are no dumb questions, and we hope to have a lot of good discussions. So the topics that the P&Z has reviewed have to do with zoning and build out, transferable development rights, growth management, visual resources, and then what are other communities doing? Rather than just working in a vacuum, we did some research and looking at what other communities are doing. So without going into any detail, we're going to take one by one real quickly and go through, and we'll start with zoning and build out.
And the data that was reviewed for zoning and build out is just generally outlined below the red box. We looked at existing code provisions and also did a countywide build-out analysis. That was partly in preparation for the master plans, but also at the request of the Planning Commission.
And we'd like you to tell Rachel we did a matrix.
Yes, we did a matrix.
Even though she's not here, we did this matrix. And
I'll text her right now.
So zoning and build out. From the zoning and build out, we took each one of the planning areas and we looked at the average house size that we've been seeing as far as the build out has shown us. So here's just a great summary. If you want to take a quick look at this slide showing you, where the house sizes show up in the county. So obviously east of Aspen, Owl Creek are some of the larger homes in the county.
And also average, as you can see, doesn't top just above 7,000 square feet.
Here we have, the total land area subject to conservation. And one of the things that we've been very impressed with as we're doing the master plans and we're pulling together all the build-out data is that already we're seeing in Emma, we're seeing in Snowmass and Capitol, that up to 30 to 32% of those caucus areas are under conservation, which has occurred as a result of land use tools such as TDRs, and obviously purchase of open space with open space and trails funds.
I'm sorry, but this is a new term to me, gap. What area is the gap? Is that like anything that didn't fall into anything else?
One building.
It was a building downtown.
That's a gasp, not a gap.
No, there's an area along the highway that we're calling the west of Wamp, which is along the highway corridor that really isn't in any caucus or planning area, which we're gonna get a better name for it, but it's really gonna be another corridor plan that, is not within any of the other planning
So is it
areas.
Twining Flats? Is it,
No,
no, is
basically
it Holland
starts
Hills?
below, just below Cozy Point, along the highway, a lot
What's
of it's.
Twining Flats?
Yes. Although.
Pick and Iron, Twining Flats,
Mhm.
the Edison, the gas guy, source gas guy, that.
So technically, those areas were covered by the Down Valley Plan, but
Yeah,
that was a
but
1987
that
plan,
was-
so
yeah.
it's time to
Yeah.
So some of
relook
the-
at that area.
Right. So, there were some key points that the P&Z looked at as we went through the data, and what we found with the build out is the rural Pitkin County is 52% built out based on current zoning. And here I'm gonna update these figures just since since Kara and Ellen performed some of the build out analysis. Dale and I were working together recently, and there's actually 27,000 acres of Pitkin County that is now in conservation. And 8,300 of that is from the TDRs, and the remainder is from open space and trails, either purchase or conservation easement overlays. The potential build out has been reduced by almost 1,000, by 963 dwelling units as a result of the conservation measures. So every time we go into a neighborhood, we say, well, your zoning potential might have been X, but it's been reduced by this amount. And we're finding that it's in the hundreds in some of these neighborhoods. The average house size is well below that which is allowed today under our zoning. So conclusions in the zoning and build out area have to do with the conservation zoning tools have achieved the objectives of preserving the backcountry and agricultural lands, reducing potential build out, but resulted in larger homes in other portions of the county. Redevelopment and resulting larger homes and corresponding high dollar values are coupled with a loss of primary residences and change in rural neighborhood character. And then also house size is not trending to the maximum allowed by zoning.
So, Cindy, when you said that 52% of the county is built out now, so that leaves another 48% that could be built, but isn't the trend right now more towards scrape and replace, and those homes are being scraped and replaced? Aren't they in general being replaced by larger homes?
We're gonna get into that, yes.
Good.
That's one of our conclusions. You're just jumping ahead.
Well, Cindy, can I ask a thing about, that 963 homes that are not being built? We just had this issue come up with the Deer Creek open space purchase, where the neighbors were saying you're taking out of the taxpayer rolls, the property tax income, that property for, larger home or the home that's existing, changing into open space. Do we have any numbers that show when we reduce, take out 963 potential houses by conservation easements or open space purchase, how that's potentially affecting the county property tax roll?
To my knowledge, there's never been a study that shows
We haven't looked at that. Okay, that's something we might want to look at further down the line, because that was just brought up recently.
No, it's something that back in the early, I think it was the Aspen Area Community Plan,
First
the
one?
financial, the 93, the financial analysis of that type of interaction was something we used to keep track of, but.
No, it's just for future conversation. then.
Yeah, great question.
Good question.
Well, you could average the prices of homes in Pitkin County and multiply that by 936 and get the.
Come up with a.
But the offset is that you get larger homes, so you get the tax. It's not clear that you're going to reduce any taxes whatsoever. With the scarcity, you tend to get a larger home and you get a bigger tax.
Right. I think there's a trade-off there, but that was brought up, and it'd just be nice to have some basis for
Maybe a
discussion.
cost-benefit analysis too, of services provided, impacts to the road system, all of that kind of thing, I think would be a really good thing to look at. So as we move along, because I want to give you guys time to talk, we moved into the research of TDRs, and in that research we looked at our existing code provisions. We also looked at the historical data that we have, that you get every year. We have an annual usage report, and took a look at all of those factors. Oh, now this chart is packed. And you may not be able to absorb it all right here, but it's a really interesting chart when you have a chance to really sit down and look at it. Because what we've done is we've compared the blue, I think, the blue is what has gone through growth management for new lots since 2005 all the way to 2013. So the blue shows you how many people have actually gone through the growth management system for a new lot, new subdivisions. The red shows you the growth management, when people have gone through growth management system for additional square footage. Now the gray and the yellow are showing you how TDRs have been used to create new lots and to create just new square footage. So it shows you just how far the exemption of a transferable development right has taken over the use of the growth management system. That exemption took off. We were so successful in getting transferable development rights out there and in the market. People were using them to avoid the growth management system. Now the hashed marks there are showing you the annual growth management allotments that we allow in the land use code and who's taken advantage of those. And so the allotment for new lots and square footage. So there you go.
So that's what could be had, not, and the solid ones are what's actually
what
meant.
really happened, and the
So
blue and the red hash are what the code allows. So they're always consistent.
This much is available and this much was used.
And you can see since 2009, I think that is, or 2008 forward, well, and even before that, the allocations that are available on an annual basis far exceed what's being computed for or built.
So that chart is just packed with, I think, great information.
It is. It's
As we move forward, just to kind of transferable development rights and the key points. Since 2007, obviously the available annual growth management allotments for floor area or for new additions have far exceeded the allocations issued as a result of growth management competition. And since 2005, the use of TDR exemptions from growth management for additional floor area has far outweighed the growth management competition, which is what we just said, and we have some numbers to verify that here as far as the total square footage that's resulted from growth management and from TDRs. And that goes from 2005 to 2013.
It's a really significant difference. I think that's an interesting number to compare.
So, conclusion that the use of TDRs far exceeds the use of growth management competition for new starts and remodels and additions. And the question is, have the impacts outweighed the community benefit? It's just a question at this point. So, the topics reviewed, again, we're back to the chart of the next one is growth management. We looked at the existing code provisions. We also looked at historical trends with growth management, building permits, and the rate of growth. And we looked at the growth management trends with other jurisdictions and growth management through looking at some white papers that we'll talk about in the tools category. But here's another great chart. Kara helped put this together for us, and the blue and the yellow lines are showing you the additions, the blue and the green.
Blue is new construction.
Blue is new construction. The blue and the green lines are showing you the remodels and the additions. So, and the red down at the bottom is the demolitions that we've seen, again, 2000 to 2014. So you can obviously see where, things were really moving as far as new construction and additions. And then right around 2008, 2009, obviously dipped off. And since then, there have been more remodels, George, and a greater number of additions than new starts. So I think you've been hearing me say that for a while in the building department. We're starting to see the trend of more redevelopment than new starts and new development. So we're thinking that's kind of the name of the game. Here, this is a
Here we
new,
go.
it's a new chart that Kara created, and I'll let her.
I'll do my, there's a lot in here. So one of the things P&Z had been looking at is what is the square footage? There's the max of 15,000 square feet by the code, and so we looked at the median house size, but we also knew that there's a lot of outliers that are playing a part. So there's a lot in here, but this is actually every new build from 2000 to 2014. It's every house size in there, so there's a lot of data points. But you can see the yellow line is actually the trend line, which it is trending upward from below 5,000 square feet to, you know, right around probably 7,000 square feet. And then it shows you kind of how the actual permits that are being issued, where the clusters used to be, and now you're finding a greater range. And there are some outliers on the upper end, but they are still sticking around kind of that middle level. And there's a general trend, but to the conversation that we've been having before is they aren't really reaching that 15,000 square feet. There's a couple in there. And this is the entire county, so some of those include the urban growth boundary versus the rural areas, but it just shows you the range that people of the houses that are being built, and then really what the median is as far as how it's slowly trending up.
So it's median,
Yeah.
the yellow one.
Yeah.
Did you have a question? Okay. So the key points, again, based on the growth management, is that our data since 2000 have showing that remodels have a significant component of development right today, but are entirely exempt from growth management. So if I'm redeveloping a property and I'm not going above what I had before, or 5750, you know, that's totally exempt from growth management, and contribute significantly to the impacts, you know, that we're seeing with the boom times. And then the house size is on the rise again. It's just the general trend. So growth management, the conclusion that we're seeing is, while some modifications may be warranted to address unmitigated impacts, the current growth management system needs to remain in place, as it's one of the foundations on which the land use code is anchored in state law. And just to back up for just a second, we all had a meeting one evening where we were looking at growth management and saying, well, what are we really getting out of growth management anymore? Is it really doing anything? And the foundation of it really still helps us with the state bill, Senate Bill 35, because you cannot create those 35-acre parcels without going through our growth management. Well, you can create the parcel, but you can't have a development right unless you go through growth management for a 35-acre parcel. So that's still the big stick with growth management, and the Planning and Zoning Commission said, hey, that is a valuable, valuable tool. So from there, we moved into the visual resources, and we're looking at, we did a photo exercise, and we looked at our land use code provisions today, and then we'll show you a 3D model that Kara did for us. We obviously did a little, you know, looking around the county at some of the, you know, rural character, and just looking at some of the resulting larger homes.
Is that an outhouse?
No.
Just talking septic all morning.
Sure. And then here's a picture of one of the larger homes that most of you know about on Castle Creek Road. So that's, you know, some of the results that can occur from today. And then we did a visual exercise. And George, this is your neighborhood. This is Emma. And Kara, you might want to walk through how you did this.
So
This was Emma.
So what we were looking at in the P&Z was, you know, what are the current, what does the code allow for, and especially within the planning areas. So this is just generally, the blue buildings are secondary buildings, so the yellow ones are the primary buildings. And this is based on the existing footprints, what the, you know, what the houses are and the house size. And so then we went through an exercise of looking at the different ones. So this is the median house size based on the Emma planning area for RS30 is 2,800. So it's about this, you know, it shows kind of what's on the ground today. And then the next one is based on the code of 5750, if it was all built out, this is what it would look like. And then with the purchase of one TDR, this is 8250, and kind of going through what are the visual resources and how does that change the rural character of the area. And then this is not possible, but this is just to show, you know, Emma agreed that they didn't want 15,000 square foot houses, but this is just kind of show, wow, what if everything got built out? Look at how that would change. So this was just an exercise for the P&Z to look at what is the impact on the rural character in Pitkin County of house sizes.
Yeah, and I thought that was an excellent exercise for us because going forward, we do have that large base of older housing stock that's maybe around the 2,800 square feet, and that the redevelopment in Pitkin County is what we're looking at. So we have to kind of, excuse me, step back and say, okay, if these trends are resulting in these larger homes, George, was what you were saying, you know, what's the impact on the character of the neighborhood? Excuse me, now I've got a frog. But, so understanding that the future development will primarily be redevelopment, how will current growth management and TDRs change the rural landscape is the question.
You know, in terms of what's the impact on the neighborhood, if you took Emma, for example, if you look at the potential for those larger homes, it's really not as much visual as it is the ability to actually get water. So there's an area that has serious water problems. And so when you start to increase the house size, you start to really impact the water table, the quality of the water is terrible anyway, but you start to affect neighboring water. So that may be just an anomaly for this particular area, or it may be something for other neighborhoods, how build-outs might affect water tables and existing wells of adjoining neighbors.
Well, we did take a look, and this is our last conclusion slide, that we took a look at what other communities are doing. And initially, we did some of our own research. Kara did some findings on, you know, what was going on out there with different communities. And we hired Matt Goebel from Clarion and Associates to do a white paper for us, because Clarion and Associates has a reputation for keeping up with growth management and what other communities are doing. So we just did a quick white paper and came up and talked to the P&Z one evening about what other, you know, incentives and allocations and permit systems are out there today that are similar to, are trying to achieve the same thing that we're trying to achieve with growth management. So we have that in our tool chest to talk about as well.
And a couple of things that we looked at were limiting, that sounded like they may have some applicability here or not, were limiting annual building permit allocations, possibility, and prioritizing building permit allocation to incentivize community priorities and goals. That's what some other communities are doing, and we may want to consider something of that nature.
So the conclusions are all here. We just put them all together for you. And without going through them again, the Planning and Zoning Commission came up with kind of a list of questions for you to think about, because as they've done their research, you know, they want to know things such as, is the current growth management system still achieving the goals? Or should we try something different altogether? Yes, it's achieving some goals, but there's a list of questions. And I don't know, Mirta, if you'd like to go through these with the board, if you'd like us to do that, or how we want to approach it. But now it's kind of open for discussion. And these questions, there's 10 questions, 3 in the growth management kind of category, and then I think the rest are in the zoning and TDR categories, and 1 in visual. So how would you like to go through that, Steve? I think that really maybe the light, and we can talk a little bit about what did you think about the presentation, what did you think about the research, feedback for the Planning and Zoning Commission, P&Z, is there anything we left out of our presentation that you want to add?
before we get it. And then at the end of the day, we'd love to have some discussion and some specific responses from the board on these specific questions.
I think, to start, if we just start through the questions and maybe eventually sort of the growth management ones will be lumped together in our minds, and the discussion might not exactly address one question, but
Okay, well, it's a
then
good
we
place
could do
to
the same with the TDRs and with the visual. Patty?
I can go right to growth management. I don't know how many of the city commissioners have ever actually done growth management scoring. When I did it, it was one of the most difficult processes I think we did as P&Z. We brought it back after I was elected to the board. We brought it back and revised it to make it a better, cleaner process, added more environmental scoring factors, which made better sense at that time. I don't know where it's gone since then to now. Is it still a challenge for P&Z to do the scoring? I think it works at the end of the day. I just want to know how hard it is to get there. I'm asking you back a question.
Anyone want to chime in on that?
I don't think we've had many opportunities to score in the past few years. I think we've had 2 in the past 2 years, maybe. So I felt like we largely relied on staff's direction on some of that scoring. But
and by not having comparables, it's not really a competition.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
You're one point away, and what can you do to enhance that point? What can you do to really make the project of more value? I think that's where we really struggled, and that graph really illustrated it, is it's not being utilized.
So those being negotiating at that pack rather than a competition.
And we did, I think it's also an evolution from a code perspective. It's an evolution because prior to 2006, we had not standardized things that you got points for earlier in growth management. Now those things are just standards in the code. There are just certain things that we used to give points for, and now we say, oh, it's just the way we do business. And so it's standardized, so there's fewer and fewer things to really grab for in the point system, and so it makes it harder for the P&Z to have those distinctions.
That was the discussion we had, and what could we put in there that wasn't already required that actually made it a competition or something to put forward. That was a tough one.
And the thing we kind of discovered too, or we thought, is the fact that, a TDR is a straight shot deal, where the GMQS was, you go through the same process, almost the same amount of money, and it's a crapshoot. The only thing that wasn't a crapshoot, there was no competition. So that's kind of what we really kind of got us thinking about, like, what value does this really have? And what relationship does the TDR really have? And that's really what came up in our discussions.
Well, but it's my understanding P&Z thinks it's still a useful tool. So if anything that I would throw out there would be the quota system, the quota what we have that's allowable. And we've looked at revising that before, and I think that's a direction we should probably go in. Why do we have this big number up here when we have this competition? I don't know where that number should land, but I think
That's a great segue into one of our questions, because that is the direction we'd love from you. Is I think for reasons that Cindy described, we think it's important that the GMQS system remain in place. That being said, we think we're at a juncture where we can make some enhancements to how it works, as well as to perhaps some of the values and impacts and exchanges of TDRs. So one of our questions is, should we consider and analyze what would be the impacts of reducing the allocation of GMQS on an annual basis? As you saw, we got nowhere near to reaching our quota, have not since it's been implemented. But it's also prevented a lot of things from coming forward, which we don't want to dismiss.
Michael?
Well, wouldn't you just reduce the number of TDRs available? And then you'd get...
We've talked about that.
I mean, you just issue 10 TDRs a year and the rest is GMQS. Because it's the surety of the TDR, as Monty said, that it's also the economic ability of people who build houses here. So $250,000 or more or less seems like a bargain.
Right. So you're talking about sort of an allocation system for TDRs.
If you wanted to have more use of the GMQS.
Well, it's certainly.
Because you're saying now it's unbalanced, it's all TDRs very little GMQS, so just reduce the amount of TDRs available and get more use of the
However,
GMQS.
However, GMQS, I think the value that the P&Z is saying they see in the GMQS is that it helps us with the development of 35-acre type of land patterns. That's the real value. The actual scoring and what you get through growth management, you know, it's not that great. It's, you know, what more could we get from that system, I guess? We could relook at the scoring and see, is there anything else out there that we're not grabbing that the community would like to see in a scoring system, and see if we can revalue the growth management system, because right now it just doesn't have a lot of value.
And that's really where questions 1 and 2 are going.
Right.
Can I make a comment after George?
George?
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say back to your comment. So I've been on the P&Z for a while, since like whatever, early 2000s. So I've been through, you know, a lot of scorings. In 2006, we eliminated the ability to create new lots through growth management. So a lot of the stuff that we saw before was creating new lots. There wasn't adding additional square footage. When that changed, I think it changed the growth management. So you got to kind of look at it, for, at least in my mind, through growth management for new lots and growth management for additional square footage. Growth management for new lots is what you're talking about, because you can create 35-acre parcels without going through subdivision, but it has no development right. Still seems to work there. I think that what I've seen anyway is in the additional square footage, it's very difficult to compete for additional square footage through growth management, because you have a lot, and it's like, what can you give up? You can't give up any density, and that's usually what you get a bunch of big points for. And so people come in with kind of screwball stuff, like, you know, we'll give $1,000, or we'll build a bus stop, or we'll do this or that. And so I think that side of it is a little more convoluted. And as the prices for TDRs have dropped from, you know, the 300 range down to the basically around 200, some of the sales last year were actually in the high 100s. Yeah, it becomes more efficient, and you have the certainty to just, I'll just go buy it. As opposed to, well, actually, maybe I could save some money rather than paying $200,000 and come in with an application. But I think this is, it's very difficult to compete for additional square footage in growth management.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
I mean, the TDR is really driving the program. And so I understand the need to maintain GMQS specifically to suppress the state 35-acre ability for people to do that. There probably isn't a lot of places left that can actually be done in the county. However, so I don't think a quota system would make sense, would really work. It's not like if you were in a, let's say in a city where you're going to have a large impact in a small area. Unless you're going to do it by neighborhood. So quota system is someone who wants to build in the Crystal River Valley competing with someone who wants to build in Woody Creek. Well, the impact is not going to really mean anything. So why have a quota system?
Well, we do have quotas for different parts of the county.
Okay.
So there are separate quotas, like Frying Pan only has a certain amount of square footage, and you know, so there are quotas that to make that a little bit more competitive. We changed that, I think, in 2006.
But what would make sense to me anyway is because, especially now when you're getting very busy again, there should be perhaps an incentive for someone who wants to build a smaller home or use more energy efficiency in their home to get them through the pipeline a little bit quicker somehow, get them ahead of the line.
And we did see, and I can't remember the communities, but I know Santa Barbara was one of those, and there were a couple others that, you know, if you do certain things, and a lot of them had to do with energy and green building, you could be in the top of the line in the building phase of things. But growth management for us in Pickens County has always been based in the land use part of the approval process. It has not been based in the building part of the approval process, except when you hit a threshold of units. But that threshold is not even close, you know, and it's been outdated. So, so in those communities, they're encouraging and they're using incentives at the output when a building permit, comes in the door. Who gets in line first and who gets out first, has a lot to do with the building side versus the plans.
And on top of that, one of the questions is a lot of those communities also had thresholds of when they triggered a growth management. So a certain amount of square footage of a new build would be exempt from growth management to try and get at letting those smaller properties, those smaller I think some were 1,000 square feet or something, on the building permit side, then they didn't go through growth management. And I know that there was a discussion with P&Z about having the smaller locals or that could, rather than having to go with an architect and planner and spending thousands of dollars to go through growth management, or then spend the money on TDR. So that exists in other communities as well.
And we've talked about this for a long time too, I would like to find a way to incentivize smaller, wiser homes. And I know we have a problem, if you build small now, you can't redevelop 5 years or a year later and come in and go up in it. Or, we also looked at, if you're gonna live in it, you're gonna build it small, you're gonna build it wise, and you're gonna live in it. We looked at all those options, and I think those are still considerations we should be discussing. Because in being back into the community sphere again, and being approached by people in the community again at a different level than I was the past 4 years, I'm hearing a lot from people who want to stay here and want to build small homes and want to live in the rural areas with a small home and live in it. I think that's a real key to preserving the sense of community, whether it be in the urban growth management or in the rural areas. But it's in Pickett County.
And is that the general feel of all of you on
I don't know,
what Patty has just expressed? Because we have some potential ideas of how we might be able to incentivize that through a pacing system, that prioritizes smaller homes, net energy zero homes, homes located in hazard-free areas. Would we have your support to explore perhaps prioritization in that capacity? And then we also have some ways to explore that with how TDRs are allocated. Because as we've discussed, and Joe has just articulated, there aren't a lot of community benefits coming out of the GMQS system at this point in time, and nor out of the TDR system. So the TDR, there's a tremendous amount of community benefit in the conservation that has occurred to date. Are there some ways that we can create even more community benefit in the urban areas or the rural areas of the county with what is created by a TDR? And so we have ways of breaking that down to achieve Patty's goal.
And Mirta, I think a thing too, we might get some kickback from people who want to build the bigger homes and saying you're letting these little ones, you're favoritizing them. But if we can keep the line moving by getting the little ones out of the way of the big ones at a faster pace, I think it improves the whole process of the flow. That's a positive side of that for anybody who's going to say, I don't agree with you on incentivizing smaller homes because it's going to make me have to wait longer for my bigger home. Well, if we can clean up the process of this, get those little ones out of the way of the big ones. I'm speaking like Dorothea today with my hands, but I think that might be a positive effect.
Michael, and then I'll speak.
Well, if you want, you're going against the grain, really, of what supports Pickett County, which is high land values, big houses. And that's not necessarily my view, but that's what on the ground the reality is. And if you wanted to change that, you just change the zoning to to mobile home, MH. And it'd be done.
Live like me.
And people could put a mobile home, because that's really the only affordable thing around. Even purchasing land for a small house is out of the range of a small house range. So I can see going against the grain if you want to, but I don't see that it does anything.
Well, Michael, the feedback that we get when we go out and we look at the master plans is that people really want to preserve their rural character. And that is a hard thing to define. To someone that might look like, an Italian villa, and to someone else it might look like that little,
little house with the
cabin
apples
that we showed. So it's a tough one. So the P&Z has said, okay, well, what are dimensional standards and what's appropriate sizing to lots,
you know, how can we work on that so that it's not really always just about square footage, but, you know, it's about what's appropriate in terms of a.
Yeah, but as you said, everybody has a different interpretation. So I get that in Woody Creek, and I get it from people who have very large homes on a subdivision that has preserved agricultural land, and that's what they consider rural character. And I mean, we're not talking 10,000 square foot homes. So it ranges from 1,000 foot on a small acreage or a quarter of an acre. That could be rural. So that's a bad definition. That's just bad. I mean, because rural character means everything. It can mean anything to anybody.
But we do hear the sentiment, you know, in the planning areas and the caucus groups of wanting things to.
It's more about keeping density low. But the minute you keep density low, you drive the prices up. So, and then once you drive the land prices up, there's no reason to build a 1,000 square foot house on it because you just bought a piece of land for $2 million. So, you know, I mean, I'm just discussing what's going on in the county, aside from our desires. So, I don't see that you could do it.
So at the risk of trying to focus and get a couple of great comments, but in terms of responses to questions, you're answering several of them just as a way of discussion, but it seems as though number 3 on the slide is a fairly straightforward question. And
what is number 3?
Number 3 is, should P&Z explore reduction of the annual growth management square footage allocation since the full allocation is rarely utilized?
I would say yes. I never was fond of the GMQS scoring system, and I think I would do away with the scoring system entirely unless it was somehow a scoring system bringing in different things like the house size and the energy efficiency of the house or something like that. But if we just reduce, I mean, people aren't building the new houses so much as replacing existing houses. If we just had a lower allocation for the whole county, did away with the GMQS scoring system entirely because it's not being used right now, we still have a growth management system because we would have the allocation. And that would be satisfactory to me to do that.
Allocation is just for
square footage.
GMQS. It's not for TDRs. So it has no impact on TDRs. So right now, I mean, if we reduce the allocation, what does that do? Nothing really. If our goal is to have some impact long-term on growth management, right now we have pretty much a free market growth management system. Whoever can afford to buy bigger homes buys bigger homes. People who can't afford it go through GMQS, but it just
people who can't afford it go to Newcastle.
Right, exactly.
So what is happening?
See, what I'm talking about, you know, readdressing the allocation levels, it's just because it's more of a housekeeping or cleanup. It's just unnecessary to have that level in there. And if we were to get competition, it would be a competition if we didn't have as much allocation. Then we would have competition if we were to get competition.
So you're saying instead of 25,000 square foot for some caucus area, you have 5,000 square foot or 10,000. That's what you're talking about by allocation.
In other words, some number in there that would maybe force a hand for competition. We'd get better scoring, better applications that come in. Because now they look at it and go, God, we've got this much, there's only this much being competed for. It's a given. We don't really have to compete. We just have to get X amount of points.
Do the paperwork.
Yeah.
Well, but
that was my approach to it.
And then let me suggest something that's kind of in a different direction. If we were somehow to reduce the number of TDRs floating around out there over time, more people would avail themselves of GMQS, because they would have to.
You'd have to do both, that's what I said at the beginning.
But if we reduce the number of TDRs, then we are putting in jeopardy some of our conservation obligations to create the TDRs that would then promote 35-acre subdivisions and, you know, I mean, so that's something that has to be weighed. If anything, the annual allotment of TDRs, you know, approval of TDRs might be, but I'm looking at the numbers on your graphs and I don't see I see a big use of TDRs over here, and then that's it. You know, the TDRs are still out there, but there's a real positive to what we preserve. That's always been a conflict. Do we preserve here the forces growth there? Well, that was kind of the philosophy behind the TDR program, and it's a tough one sometimes to swallow.
I mean, I think the point of this whole thing is that the GMQS, we're supposed to extract community benefits on the back end of it. So the whole point of GMQS is you come in and compete for the square footage, and the scoring system, the point system, gives you the ability to creatively provide something the community might want, or P&Z will ask you for something that we might want, or BOCC, and that's the benefit of GMQS. That doesn't exist with TDRs because people just go buy them and use them. Right.
Well, the benefit is the conservation.
The benefit, sure, the benefit is on the front end when you take it from a site and you preserve that site. That's the benefit of the TDR. The question now becomes, I think, in the whole discussion is, you know, should we extract more benefits from the use of TDRs when they land? Should we reduce the number of TDRs? Should we do something to encourage people back into the GMQS process because we can extract community benefits? Or should we take the TDR process and try to extract more benefits from that? But whether we lower the allocation of square footage in GMQS, it doesn't matter unless people use it. I'm indifferent on that. If you want to cut it in half, it doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything.
Unless we were to increase the competition, then they'd have a limit.
And how do you get more people into GMQS? You have to make it a viable option. Right now, if you just go spend money and you get a certain TDR, why would you even deal with something that's open-ended or requires thought? I mean, if you just go pay for it, you go pay for it.
Well, and that's the thing with GMQS too. I mean, really, what we're looking at is the TDR is a rich man's ticket. You know, we really want the GMQS to be the, nobody's poor man's ticket here, but the affordable construction level here.
Goals.
So if you can get the GMQS, I mean, when we looked into it one time, one of my clients and stuff looked to it, GMQS was going to wind up costing the same amount of money as the TDR. So, and if you reduce the TDRs, then you're going to have all the, you know, the wealthy people coming in the GMQS who can really afford to do all the paperwork differently or something like that. So there's some way to incentivize the people who can build, you know, still build here without being a billionaire or something like that in that system. Maybe that's something to look at and make it more viable. Because there's people here who still live here and want to be able to build something. So I don't know what that system might look at. That's the way I kind of differentiate it. Is like, you know, TDRs have plenty of money. I can just buy what I need. GMQS is more for the guy who's trying to make it work. But I found out it's just so expensive to do the GMQS, you know, because you couldn't do, there's a lot of community benefits you couldn't do. You had to, like, well, I donated a bunch of money to one of the groups. So what happens is the price of it right back up. So that was kind of what I suffered too.
And if it's the same price and it's not certain.
There you go. That's why we do it.
Why would anyone do it?
And if people building less expensive homes can't afford to do that either. So, you know, it's kind of an interesting situation.
Well, perhaps we, oh, go ahead.
I know Jeff, I think Jeff.
Just a couple other random thoughts on the TDR stuff. I think Trent summarized pretty well where the hinge points are on this system. And you know, there are a lot of TDRs out there. There's not a community benefit for when they're landed. There's a relative, I mean, if you have the land, the creation of a new TDR is, I think, a relatively straightforward process, and the community benefit is clear for what that is. So if we're thinking of it in terms of how do we modify the TDR system to kind of bring it under control, do we require that there be some sort of community benefit for when the TDR is landed? Answering that question is really difficult. I don't know how, I'm not really sure what that would be. you know, if you look at the front end of, okay, so when it's created, perhaps it should TDR only allow you 1,250 square feet of additional square footage instead of 2,500, thereby if you want to get your house up to a larger house size, you would need to land more of these TDRs taken out, that marketplace now. So I don't know. I think there's some opportunities there to kind of bring the TDR system under control, thereby shifting some of the possible potential growth into the GMQS system. I just don't know that as a P&Z, we've discussed all of these issues. I don't know if we need it where we are and some concrete ideas on that, or if it's worth pursuing. I guess that's kind of why we're here.
I have a neighbor named John McBride, and I don't know if John goes to your P&Z meetings ever, or he probably calls each of you on the phone from time to time.
He's been there.
To plug for new and innovative ways to create and use TDRs is what he's really pushing for.
Yeah, the point that Jeff made was a great one, which is if you have the land under the current system, you can create a TDR. I don't know if we can artificially limit the number of TDRs that are flowing out into the marketplace. I mean, maybe we can set a quota, but the other thing is, could we find other uses for TDRs to take them off the marketplace faster? I don't know what that would be. I mean, that was a big question. Is there some other use for a TDR that we could come up with that would provide significant community benefits? Or, yeah, I mean, I think that was it. I mean, we haven't got there, but.
And I mean, I think it would be worth having that discussion, and we could spend a whole day on it. I don't think we're going to come up with those right now, but just to have all of us thinking about it. One use of the TDR that I would like to see would be to have fractional TDRs, which would have sort of the same effect as you suggested of having them only be good for 1,250 square feet, but a half TDR would be, if you did a fractional one, because people who, at least in Snowmass Capitol Creek, if they buy a TDR for 2,500 square feet, they're going to build 2,400
all they're going for right now.
I think this is the right direction. It goes back to what other uses can we come up with for TDRs to take them off the market? People aren't just building square footage with it, because it's a valuable thing to have. Collaboration with the city and county certainly works. But I just wanted to make a comment. The WOMP says we don't want any hotels in the ABC, for example, or anywhere else. So I cannot imagine that TDRs could ever be used to create lodging in the urban or in the unincorporated areas, so to speak.
But we did say that redevelopment of the, like the Aspen,
In at Aspen would be the only place. There's nowhere else. So, I mean, the only way they could be used for lodging would be if it was in the city.
Or
Or that area of the city that's now looking to be annexed from the county to the city, but we won't go there.
Right.
Yeah, let's not, because we do only have about 15 more minutes and we have a regular meeting, so we'd love kind of closing comments and direction from you as to, should we continue down this route? And if so, where would you like us to focus our energies? What are you liking that you're hearing? Patty's kind of summarized where she is. And I think I've heard some different summaries from each of you as to where you're headed. But we'd love it if you could each take a few minutes to kind of summarize where you are.
No, I like the direction you're headed in having the discussion about smaller house sizes, because I was struck by the slide that showed the average house size in all the different parts of the county. And the averages are way down below 5,000 square feet on the averages, except for Owl Creek was the only one that was above that. And going to discussions in Snowmass Capitol Creek where people, the average person lives in a more modest home by standards, and they really don't want to have the bigger homes. And where the bigger homes have been permitted is a place like Michael was describing, where a bunch of ranch land was preserved and the bigger homes were allowed to go in. And the biggest example of that would be the 15,000 square foot house on top of Watson Divide, but it preserved 900 acres of all the land going down from Watson Divide to the Gerbauses land. So, you know, there can be real benefits from allowing a few big houses in the right locations. And also, in terms of energy, it's possible to build a big house that's a net zero house today, given today's technology and knowledge and building and renewable energy things. So I think that would be an important goal to strive towards energy efficiency, irregardless of the house size. If someone can build a bigger house in an area where visually it's not going to impact the neighborhood because they have more land to put it on and can site it in the right place. If they build the house right, it's going to minimize the maintenance on it, and it could be a net zero house. So, to me, that's a huge public benefit. So I'd really like to see pursuing some different things just besides the house size, because it's the impact of the house size that is more important. You know, we have an energy wasting house that sits there empty 50 weeks of the year because the people aren't there, but the house is still running itself and using the energy. We can make a lot of improvements there.
The problem with even if you go to net zero for any large house, you have additional impacts. In a rural area, you're going to have tremendous impacts in terms of traffic, service, year-round, even if the house is not occupied. It's just a constant flow of vehicles going up and down the road. So there's some externalities in terms of impacts besides just energy that we have to look at. But to your question, Virginia or Cindy, I like the idea of looking at alternative uses, whether it's trying to work with the city for large units. I like the idea of Joe in terms of looking at higher fees, or being able to reduce fees for large projects by utilizing TDRs. I'm not in favor of fractional TDRs. You know, right now, the code is, you can build 5750. So, as Michael said earlier, which I agree with, someone who has to purchase a lot, and 500,000 is fairly cheap. You know, if you're going to purchase a lot for $1 million, you're going to build what you're allowed to build because of the resale value. Even though you may not want to use it, you're going to do it because of the resale value. So, you know, if you want to try to reduce house sizes, you know, that 5750 was sort of an arbitrary number. You know, I ran into Diane Moore a couple weeks ago, and she was trying to figure out, how did we come up with that number? Well, staff said, well, let's come up with 5,000 square feet, and we'll add 750 for a garage. So
No,
we
we
came up,
took 2,500, which was the average size of a home, and doubled it, and added 750 for the
yeah,
garage.
well, anyway, but, so, and then 15,000 was kind of an arbitrary number. So you can maintain a TDR program as it is. You can lower the house size to 5,000 as by right. You can go to 10,000 as maximum for a home size, and TDRs are still worth 2,500. So what happens is perhaps you'd have someone use one TDR to get to 7,250 instead of 8,250, or two TDRs, 10,000. So there's ways to look at that as well that I think I'd like to see the P&Z consider.
Can I just throw on one that popped in my mind? Would you guys be interested in using TDRs to obtain extended vesting?
Oh, that's a good thought.
Because a lot of times the reason people build it is because it may not be there next week, or next month, or next year, or whatever.
That should be added to the list of let's look at.
You use a TDR to get another 5 years or something like that, or something. You know.
I mean, I don't think there's any bad ideas in terms of just brainstorming for TDRs,
Right.
other uses, and sort of, you know, and see what ends up being, you know, realistic and worthwhile.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but you know, to go back to Patty, I mean, you have to look at who we are. And so if you're telling me that a $500,000 lot is an inexpensive lot, you're also telling me that we're in a different place in the United States. And that if I was in a university, if I was in Madison, Wisconsin, and I was able to buy a $500,000, I'd be in the best goddamn neighborhood in Madison, Wisconsin. And so you really have to look closely at who we are here. And it's we've created that through the limitation of available housing and the exceptional recreational, exceptional qualities of this valley that we've enhanced. If you just go over Picken County line, they're responding to that by supplying smaller houses, more businesses, all kinds of things that we object to. But it's a natural thing to do when you're talking about $500,000 cheap lots. And I just don't think we're really, I don't think we're imagining ourselves as we are.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, and that's where we are. I mean, I was just saying, Smuggler Trailer Court, size 29 for a lot.
Well, there was just a place sold for $1.2 million in a mobile home park. That's got to be the highest price of any mobile home, maybe except for some mobile home park in California that's really expensive.
There was one along the coast in California. There was one in the east, like Cape Cod or someplace. One of those.
Yeah, but I mean, it's at the ridiculous end of cost.
I know. We laugh at it all the time.
Mike, but what does that mean for our process? Because we agree with you, we have to look at who we are. We are exceptional in many ways.
Well, and I don't think we are exceptional. I think we're different. So I don't want to use that word exceptional. We're different. And so, because you heard the calculations are different here.
Oh, for sure.
So I think that's the first examination you have to go through. So, and then I think you have to say the 1,000 square foot house or the 750 square foot house is in the realm of affordable housing, and that's a government deal. It's not a free market. So I don't think you have to say, where does that belong? But that's not, shouldn't be a calculation on our GMQS, I don't think. It shouldn't
I
be.
didn't understand 1,000 or something
Yeah.
that you're looking at.
Well, but you talk about small houses.
Small house, but I didn't, you know,
And so,
it's for staff and P&Z to come back. to that.
so I think you have to look at that. And then
Do you guys really feel that we have zoned the county appropriately?
We should have something to us. Let's have something to bring back the ghosts.
No, I'm just wondering, I
White
mean,
shelter.
can you live with the zoning?
When I look at something like the Deer Creek Ranch, which is AR-10 zone, and then we started talking, I think it was Rachel, started talking about how they can say they want to build a house over on the side of Williams Hill, which is unbuildable, so then they could extract a TDR from the county for that. That made me realize that AR-10 zoning for that land, the way it's defined, is maybe not appropriate. If they're allowed 3 houses on 35 acres because it's AR-10, when 3 houses are not appropriate on that piece of land, something's wrong with the system in my opinion.
That's because the land's been separated by the roads, not because of separation in any other way. And that's a constrained site TDR, which does not automatically have to be allocated. It's a discretionary decision.
that was it was a 35-acre lot.
Right.
And that would give you 1 house. However, it had other other things going on, and so that was an exception.
Yeah.
It wasn't because of the zoning designation, it was because of what
I don't, unless there are any issues that staff or P&Z have with zoning, I don't know. Sometimes they raise their ugly heads, but I haven't heard of one, and I've heard before.
Thank you all so much, because this has been a long time coming, and we really appreciate hearing some different perspectives and giving us some, we'll come back to you with some concrete ideas. Now that we had a good conversation.
Oh, yeah, no visual.
And thank you all to staff for your continued work on this, because it's work.
I'd like to thank the P&Z for tackling this, because it's, you know, it's difficult and it's really important issues for the county. And I don't see this as the end of our discussion, but the beginning of the discussion. Because there's lots of really thought-provoking ideas that have been put out and that are in the packet. So.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great discussion. You guys have to sit longer.
So, yeah, exactly. US in front of us.
Yeah, they have to go for a regular P&Z meeting.
I know, we just go to them and stuff.
Oh, I don't think so.
Land use was, when I was on the board. So I told Cindy, she said, you know, you might be wanting to get on.
Are you ready or what?